Good morning, and welcome back to some more Satisfactory. We are adding more coal power today because all the buildings are power hungry. We're not getting a lot of power, and so we need more coal power. Easy. Okay, I'm not wasting any time. As soon as I find my truck here. Pretty sure I parked it somewhere over here. And I wanna fly straight into it. There's a tractor there. Is that my tractor? Oh, it's above us. I don't think that's my tractor though. So I'm not sure where that one went. In that case. It is not oh no, it's not above us. It's down there. It's down there. That is my tractor. Okay. So, the thing is, what do I need? I need a bunch of steel beams. Mostly for building the belts. So it might be a good idea to just check where we have some iron and steel near and try to overclock that, try to get some steel beams in. And then for the rest I need, well, a lot of these rotors, a lot of copper sheets, a decent amount of reinforced iron plates, stuff like that. Basically everything that I'm gonna need to build coal generators and the water pumps under the ocean. Yeah, so let's start with that. Let's get in some steel. So, we have steel nodes here. Well, coal nodes here. I assume these coal nodes are the ones that Phantom is already using for the coal power. There's this one over here, this one over there. I mean, realistically, I think we can use 6 of them. But that is just not so much. Just a second. I gotta take this call. Okay, we're back. We're back. Sorry, just had one last phone call. Okay. So I was saying, I think that the maximum we're going to do is like 6 gold nodes for power here, and the rest we're going to use for other stuff. But I'm not sure yet. Let's start with these 4, and let's start by getting some steel in here actually. They're fine to wake. Also, good morning. Hi, if you're still here. That is. So we're going to get all of the coal here anyway, and there is iron over here. I might as well just use this iron ore and the coal that's coming in already for now. Where is the iron ore vein? Much further to the right there. There it is. So yeah, for the moment I'm thinking just let's split this. And have a lift here. Gonna try to use a Mark III lift immediately. Yeah, let's do this. It's a bit too low though. Okay. So, as I said, we're just going to be building a small steel factory here. Overclocking it, slooping it, whatever we need to do. We just need more steel beams. Because we are going to be building a lot of Mark III conveyor belts. And there is just no way we're doing that without a decent steel production. So, hopefully that doesn't drain our power supply too much. But we will be putting it on a priority power switch, and that will make sure that everything should be fine. I think. I hope. So, connect that. This can go into a power pole over here. And then let's start putting down what we need. Make sure it's on this power switch. Okay, got some stuff coming in here. How are we going to do this? Probably just go around here, go in here, and then we can have a foundry over here. There we go. Make some steel ingots. And let's see, if we overclock this, we are already going to be using a lot. Power shards, sandwich loops. So if we overclock this, we're already using, well, more than our 2 miners can produce, so... What's that, 151? So if we produce 75, that is the maximum our miners will be able to produce, and then we can sloop it. That is 150 steel ingots per minute. And my assumption is that we can not even get one constructor going for that, so... So we basically only want steel beams. How's that? Wait. I had 150 exactly. There we go. There we go. Let's get everything up and running now. Oh. Wow, that was a lot of lag. Okay. Okay, just barely enough. And let's see how much we are getting. Almost 40 steel beams out of that, which is better than nothing. Put down a storage container for that. And let's see if we can put down a dimensional depot. Can. So let's do that. Now. This will be our ocean steel. Which will be turned on. And this one needs to be completely overclocked. That is 200 and something megawatts. I mean... how's that looking power-wise? Probably gonna cause a lot of issues. We'll see. Hopefully we don't blow a fuse. Okay. Hey, there's a cave here. Let's go ahead and upgrade the coal first, shall we? Hope we don't run out of power. And then maybe one more thing. Oh, first of all, let's not use the liquid biofuel anymore, because that's kind of precious. And then let me just say like, oh, rename this so that I know, hey, there are 3 sloops in here. Just in case. See. Just give me 1 second. Okay, there we go. The problem with like streaming early in the day, still kind of busy with work. Oh, this is a lot of belts. Oh, this is like the furthest coal vein. I mean, if I can get all the belts upgraded already, then that is going to be huge progress. Okay, I'm assuming this is already Mark II miner. Yes. It's also already overclocked. Nice. So that means we just need to upgrade this to Mark IIIs. Oh boy. Okay. We also already have these Mark 1 Mark 1 belts. Let me put this in and let me route all of the coal that I can right into steel beams. Come on. So, see how much power we can make out of all of this. So there's one problem. I probably should calculate this again. But I think I had like 160 or 200 megawatts Yeah, I calculated like we had a net gain of 200 megawatts per coal node. I think I'm gonna double check that in just a second. Okay, so this is already in there. That's good. See, I can put a merger on here. Merger there. Consider there probably. Okay. More coal going in there, that's always better. And then let me just double check. Because we have one power plant set up in. I can pretty easily check how much power that's actually using. So, welcome to Subnautica. At least that's what I'm calling this factory. At some point this entire ocean floor is going to be full of coal generators, so it's not going to be that long of a walk. We might also put in like more hypertubes to get around, but for now... Okay, so we have this coal generator that is not getting enough water. Because we probably just haven't hooked it up yet. That's fine. Like, we don't have the coal to supply it yet, so... this one is working, it is producing 187.5 megawatts, so we got 187.5 times 4. That's a total of 750 that we're producing based on the coal. That is minus one miner, which, if I'm not mistaken, is about 250. So there's at this point a net of 500. And then 40 of these water extractors. Oh. So minus 4.4 times 40. That still gives us a surplus of 324. Seems like it. That's still not nearly as much as I would want. And I don't think adding more pumps is going to actually increase it. If I go like, maybe it's gonna be 2.1 or 2, and we just double the amount of pumps. That's barely any difference, right? Not barely any difference. And that is per full node, yeah. That's barely enough to run one additional miner. So we need one coal node per Mark II miner that we want to run. My steel factory was 3000 megawatts, so that would be 10 coal nodes already. I think there's no other, like, There's nothing else I can do at this point. I think I just take all of the coal from the entire map and we belt it into this power plant. To get any decent amount of power, that is crazy. Okay, well, anyway, get to work. How much power do I actually need at this point? So, there's the power that we have in right now from the geysers and all of that stuff. Okay. Then... I mean, for our phase 2 factory, I think we calculated we needed around 10 megawatts to have that fully operational. That would mean 30 coal nodes. Okay. Just for reference, let's check this one again. So we got 2 miners running. We have this one which is consuming 100 megawatts. We have this one which is consuming 600 megawatts. 630. What the fuck? Oh boy. Okay. And then we've got these that are indeed consuming 251 point something. That's... Are we full here yet? No, we're still uploading. We do have a decent amount of storage here. So this entire thing is for our 40 steel beams per minute is already consuming 500,000, 100, well, almost 200, 1,300 megawatts. If we don't sloop this, we need another 500 and then another 1,000, so another 1,500. Plus the amount of resources we need. Not being slooped does mean that this goes down to an okay amount. This goes down to probably 1,000, so we're saving like 450. That is still like 2,000 megawatts if this is not slooped. Let's not think about that too much. Let us think about that as little as we can and just build coal power until all the coal on the map is used. I have a feeling that is still not going to be enough. Thing is though, we have an alien power augmenter in, so that 750 power that we're getting an additional 75? Yeah, 75 megawatts for each one. Where is this one going? I think Phantom's ID on that part is also a pretty good one. Because if we have the option somewhere to reduce the amount of coal we're using, that is probably going to be the #1 priority. For now, I don't see another way to make power than just use coal. And the sheer amount of power it costs for the miners, which also means that coal is pretty precious, so maybe we don't want to immediately start using it for trucks. There go all our steel beams already. We'll come back to this in a second. I'm not sure what this top foundation is. I'm just gonna leave it for now. Okay, that should be kind of okay. This one's a Mark II, that's good. It's already hooked up, so I don't see a reason to change it right now. Let's instead just try to make sure that we have as much merged into this as possible. Yep.
Your subscription to the function of any fix-it property expires the moment it leaves its designated zone.
God. always forget that that part is outside of the boundaries, actually. I mean, this entire land bridge can go at some point, though. Now that we're building underneath the ocean. Right. Want to go down here. And I assume I have enough resources to build at least a few more coal plants. Okay. That's also Mark II elevator. Mark II belt, that's Mark II belt. Okay, I think Phantom already upgraded these then. To at least Mark II, yeah. If that's the case, let's start connecting these. I got a feeling that this part is going to become pretty monotonous at some point. That's fine. We've got all the time in the world. Waiting for phase 2 parts to complete. It's crazy to say actually, but these water pumps, normally I really don't like how they look. Them being like this, where you can actually have them floating and you can see them from below, I actually like that a lot more. Maybe pretty crazy to say, but well, that's how it is. Okay, now I guess the next 4, and I feel like there is enough room for them here. Let me double check. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish foundations. Starting from probably this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, and then we still have 2 left. Okay. It'll probably be fine. Well. I said encroaching in another object clearance. Oh, come on. This one's probably barely too much to the one side. Well. I am curious whether Phantom will notice this. I'm going to know this is the case forever. And it's going to bother me so much. But I'm not moving all of these bumps. I mean, invalid pipe shape. Oh boy. What? Oh, these are already connected. Good. Okay. Why is okay? Oh man. It's fine, it's fine. Just continue doing this. And so either we do them by 6 as yeah, and then we just balance and do that. Yeah. Yes. That is what we were going to do, so I will stick with that plan. Only difference being I am going to move this one back one. At least these two are. At least at that point the chance is lower that that you notice that these are offset. Oh no. That these are offset from the other one. God. Almost jumped. I was thinking I might need to get some kind of stream playlist going at some point. Get some music up and running. Nope, that's not gonna do. Because like right now, I was just having, like, not having the option of playing my own music is, it's not ideal. Just say that. But knowing myself, that will take a long time to set up. Mostly because I'm not gonna be happy with any kind of music that I find that's license free. I'm gonna want to do that like my own way, and that is going to require a lot of time to figure out and a lot of time to set up. So maybe I should just go for a few alternatives. Not sure what other people are using. Because other people are definitely also having the same issue, right? Or like, I think this works. Then we connect. Make sure we connect the power. Connect power, there we go, and rinse and repeat. Now that is 6, so I'm 3 or 4 up. Make sure this is aligned immediately. Okay. That's probably fine. And then these are Mark 1 lifts, that's also okay. I think Phantom got them to snap. But like, this works too. Oh. Now those should be 6. Oh, no, 6 of them in. I'm gonna start by upgrading all of these. Yeah, we're still doing okay on power, apparently. You do definitely. There we go. That has been such a long time since I had to ban someone. Okay. That's another thing. I should also probably work on my stream overlay at some point. just have the chat showing on screen or something. That would be nice. Also thinking of putting in another alien power augmenter.
Fixit property will not function outside of Fixit property. Return
again.
Fixit property to Fixit property immediately.
God. Why does that keep happening to me?
Fixit property will not function outside of Fixit property. Return Fixit property to Fixit property immediately.
I know. Stop reminding me. Well, keep reminding me because I forget the entire time. Okay. What was this? There we go. Now let's go upgrade our belt some more. Honestly, we could have 7 generators running on one belt. For some kind of reason, 6 feels like the better number. And it's not like it really matters. The power output will be the same. Oh. The thing is, how am I ever going to get all the coal? Like, these are 4 belts. 4 belts of what is going to be basically 180, well, 150 each. That being said, I could reduce it to 3 belts. 4 belts of 150. If you just put the balancer in here, then it's only 3 belts at this point. That's gonna save us on a few steel beams, so I think that is not a bad idea. Oh. Also, I think I started with the wrong belt. Not that it matters right now because they're all being merged anyway. So I'm gonna continue using this one. Because the sooner I get one belt upgraded, the sooner we get more coal in there. sooner I get an entire belt of coal in there, the sooner that we have more steel beams. That's already a Mark III elevator. Okay. So idling for some time, and we still don't have a backlog of steel beams. Okay, only thing we can do. That should give us enough. Let's go down again. So seeing as that gives us already one complete belt, let's start building the next one. Okay, I am assuming that all my coal power plants are running now. We should be receiving enough coal. Yeah, we have 6 plants in. Oh, they are not running. Why not? They are not receiving enough coal. We're not receiving enough coal. Well, that is not good. This is a Mark III. If this is a Mark III belt, which seems to be completely full. I mean, this is just a Mark I lift, but that's okay. This is a Mark III belt. Is it not completely full? I mean, it looks like it's completely full. This is a Mark III lift, this is a Mark III belt. So unless there is something here that is slowing it down, like a Mark I belt, barely visible down there. That's better. Oh, we dipped in our batteries even at some point for a little bit. And we are hitting production way too often. Okay. Actually, I seem to be getting power now. Let me build another module like that. I mean, think we're building here first. Okay, so unfortunately, we're out of concrete. Fortunately though, I think I have some in the truck. Oh. And then again, if we run out of concrete, that's fine. We can always fetch more. And we have a decent sized platform right now, so we can start building. Not that much concrete left though. Decent amount of rotors, so and a decent amount of reinforced iron plates. Don't think I need that much more at this point of anything. I'm not sure though, because it's a big issue. I'm thinking if I can balance these bells before, we basically only have 4. Like we have enough coal in these miners for 24 generators. I can either group the generators by 6, meaning we need 3 belts. To wait a second. We have enough for 20 generators. Let's not group them by 6. That seems really annoying. I mean, if I have 1 more or 2 more, that should be fine. But 4 is just 1 per miner. Yeah, let's not group them by 6. Now let's double check this. Good. It still seems to be going incredibly slow. Kinda makes sense because there are still Mark 1 belts behind. But I would expect the Mark 3 belts to be like stopping all of a sudden, like at regular intervals because of the Mark 1 belt. But it seems to just take the speed of the Mark 1 belt. Strange. Hey, Bedrock. So phase 2 begins. Get a drink and settle in. Kind of. I just calculated how much power I actually want and how many coal nodes I need to get set power. You wanna have a guess? It's all impure. Yeah, let's go down again. Yeah, that many. So I'm thinking about 30 coal nodes to as a start would get us a decent amount of the way. It's just we get so little power out of all of this infrastructure. I'm getting around 400 megawatts per 4 coal generators. Yeah. I think the calculation is still there. Yeah. And I could do that times 1.1 because we do have an alien power amplifier in. So that is 350 per 6 and... Sorry, per 4. 350 megawatts for 4 coal generators. Well, completely overclocked. Sorry. 4 completely overclocked coal generators. Which brings us up like one that is essentially 1 coal node. We are losing a little bit more than half. So we are getting, well, let's take that out again. We are getting 324 megawatts and we're producing 750 per coal node. So we are losing more than 426 megawatts. And that is with underclocked water extractors, by the way. How's this like? I don't get how this is moving, but okay. Like this. Yeah, so I'm gaining quite a bit of power by underclocking them. But still, even with that, it is just brutal. And it's just so much infrastructure that needs to be built every time for just one generator. I assume you're just running your water extractors at standard speed though. Also, how far along phase 2 are you at the moment? Because you're leaving it run 24/7, right? I mean, yeah, the wait time is going to be incredibly long, right? And also, no worries, I dropped by. I enjoy, like, it was good to see some League of Legends gameplay as well at some point. It's been a long time since I've seen that game. And if you look at League of Legends as a category, you mostly just see really big streamers all the time. So it's fun to see someone else play it that's not immediately in the category of like top 1% or 0.1% streamers, you know? I'm also like, can I really not? I can make this horizontal to vertical. Is this pipe even straight? I don't think it is. I'm also wondering how I'm going to handle that at some point. Because I'm gonna have the same problem with this playthrough. At some point, this is just going to become an idler. And I kind of do want to keep playing and not just leave this on all the time and it being, yeah, just being AFK and waiting for the parts to fill up. I guess that's the good thing about doing this in multiplayer is you're gonna be with multiple people and that might give more ideas as to what to do and what to build. I am not the most creative person there is. At all. Especially when it comes to builds. Also, Bedrock, you're Australian, right? Isn't it like the middle of the night where you are? Oh, I was thinking that earlier, actually, like... Come on. I mean, interestingly enough, as cool as it is to build here, I don't think it actually makes that much of a difference. I think we would have had at least as much space up on the surface. Oh well. Started on it. Let's finish it. I'm probably going to be building coal factories for the next 20-30 hours or something. At least if I'm planning to do 30 coal nodes. Like, I'm planning to do 30 coal nodes. That is 120 coal generators, completely overclocked. I have 8 in. Right now I've got 8. No, they're not affected by that. No. Fortunately, like, could you imagine? Like needing twice the amount of coal to run your coal generators as well? I think coal wouldn't even be a valid option at that point. So let's see, I need 2 foundations. Coal would actually be insane, like, if that was the case. But just still the raw amount of power that we need to do everything. I would like to get at least to 10 megawatts of coal power. Which is why I'm at, which is why I'm saying 30 30 times this. So 30 coal nodes is 30 times this setup. And then with that amount of power, we will just have to make do. There's just no other way. I'm pretty sure that if I go a little bit further, these are the foundations that I want to have my elevators on. Oh, right. There's a floor. So I think I want to be having probably something like this here. And then let's, for example, take this bottom one now. I think should be going here. Okay, and then the top one is going to go. No, I think this should be the top one. I spent way too much time trying to figure out how I want my builds to go exactly, so... too much. Then again, at this point, time is the one thing I have an infinite amount of in this game. 1, 2. There we go. And then next one can go exactly the same. Oh, but that's gonna have to turn, right? Let me see. I think I want to do this. That is going to require a splitter. Or I just move the lift, which I guess seems more feasible. Ah, come on. Now, please work. There we go. That is as low as I can go. It's probably low enough. As for this one, I mean, I'm thinking of just putting them like this. This is... More? Okay, so yeah, it won't immediately align, but that will be 4 of them next to each other here, and that's possible. Anyway, we can see how that turns out at some point. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 foundations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7, 8. 1, 2, nope. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, this is so much belt. 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh. Well, that's annoying. You see, like the furthest I can get is this. That might even be aligned, basically enough. I don't think I can get a belt long enough between them. What I can do though, something like this. Maybe a little bit more here. There we go. Now let's start all the way back there again, just because it's easier to connect the bells to other bells than to have to aim at conveyor holders. For this? Yeah, probably. I probably would. I mean, I need more stackable conveyor poles. And it's not big enough. The starting one is a 4x4, right? I mean, it's not big enough, but I just put in more stackable conveyors. I'm finishing this one this way, but that's a good idea. Probably just blueprint is going forward. Using autoconnect, one segment would be 4 long, but the next could stretch as far as the autoconnect bell to allow. Oh. Right. So I'd have probably like the stackable conveyors in the middle, then just 4 long conveyor belts, and then yeah. Yeah, true. And then just 4 high. That's that.
Once you have built a satisfactory blueprint, interact with the Blueprint Designer terminal to save it. It will then be available in the Blueprints tab of your build menu. Blueprints can always be edited to correct mistakes or optimize. If you find yourself struggling to work within the set size restrictions, remember that this is a you problem, and efficiency can always be improved.
Well, the funny part is right now I'm out of materials for belts though. It's like, I can probably get the blueprint done. Ah, come on! Identical building already built. Okay, so I need to remove these first. Oh, there we go. Oh. I'm not sure what this is, but if I just move around a bit, seems like I eventually will get something that works. There we go. Hey, Phantom. Good morning. I was doing some calculations earlier. Come on. Fine. Why am I building this blueprint on the bottom of the ocean though? Like, I need to be able to jump up there. So yeah, calculations I was doing earlier. This is the amount of power we're getting out of one coal node, which is more than I thought we were getting. Strangely enough. That being said though, I would like to get like about 10k. Yeah, exactly. I would like to get at least one 10k megawatts, so that would mean 30 coal nodes. So I started building those. Can I like, maybe I can jump? The things we do to get stuff working. No, come on. Yeah. Why? Wait, what? Oh. That's strange. Also pretty sure I just could have done this and then I made my life a hell of a lot easier. But yes, street cred also works. Let's go with that. Ocean belts. For some kind of reason, everything I'm naming at this point is just getting ocean in front of it. Okay. There's already a blueprint in use with that name? Really? Okay. Strange. Yeah. Okay. Clear blueprint designer. Yes. That'll work. So the idea is to get at least 120 coal generators in. That is probably a crazy amount, but well. So blueprint auto connect. Nope. Okay. Now, can someone tell me how this auto connect actually works? That's a lot of coal. I assume you're trying to set up stream stuff. And a lot of shards. I know. It is so much coal. It is going to be 30 coal nodes. It is 30 coal nodes and a lot of shards. One click, then set the connect to stretch out and click to finish. Oh, okay, so it looks like that. Why? Invalid belt shape. Oh. There we go. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think I got it. Just need to rethink for a bit. No, but I know that's a lot of coal. I know that is a lot of infrastructure, and that is going to take quite a bit of time. To put it lightly. Oh, the first one didn't even... I mean, across the entire map? Not in Dune Desert, no. I mean, I'm gonna start with using all the coal nodes in Dune Desert, though. There's... You don't think there's 30 coal in total? I think there's 30 coal in total. Okay. Yeah, it stays the same. Now, but the thing is, Phantom, like, if we can go for less, obviously, still. But just the raw amount of power we're gonna need. I am going to disconnect all of this. Like, that will give us 10k. Yeah, I know I've just done this. I want this 4 high and I don't want to. Yeah, we should have 62. So using half of that for power, maybe even more at some point, at least we know that we're going to be able to run stuff. Because I just put in a temporary factory for steel beams. That one is using around 1000 megawatts. 1200 or something. And that's just for 40 steel beams per minute. So we just need a stable power supply before we start building anything on top of that. Oh, no, let's not do that. I mean, the phase 2 factory itself already requires, I think, even more power than that. Yeah, it is crazy, and it just goes to show that, like, these settings are absolutely brutal. Definitely with all impure nodes. But there's also, like, nothing... I don't think there's really another option than coal power. So unless we find another option than coal power, we're just gonna have to do... we're just gonna have to do coal power. Can I blueprint auto connect? Yeah, but then again, I'm just going to be spending the next, like, whatever time I have, building as much coal power as possible. And, like... oh, no, that's not what I want to do. And that just means that you can spend the time doing... building more factories or doing more design, stuff like that, right? So yeah, that doesn't mean that... Am I desynced again? I'm desynced again. It doesn't mean that because I want to build a ridiculous amount of coal power that you need to help with that as well, right? It's just server being strange. Server appears to be offline. I sincerely doubt that. Unless my internet has gone out. Okay, strange. Let me reload the game. Come on. Okay, game starting again. Yeah, I want to have a decent amount of power to work with. I'm just thinking whether there are any other alternatives, and I mean that would bring us back to something like biomass, but well, then we're just going to be hunting for alien protein the entire time. Um, I guess we use more sloops for alien power augmenters to start with. That is definitely an option. If you put down one, maybe two more alien power augmenters, but each of those costs 10 sloops. And sloops that we would probably also need for blueprint necessarily, just auto-connect. Sloops that we would also need if we were to, yeah, for production. Me neither, yeah. So I'm thinking maybe we can do 20. That would be an improvement already, I think. I think we can't afford to lose that amount of sloops. No. Are you kidding me? What is up with internet right now? Okay. Like, what the fuck is going on? I mean, which loops in production? So the power calculation now is just based on what's in already. So 4 of our overclocked coal generators produce 750 megawatts. That minus 250 that we get from the miner, like the power cost from the miner. There is something There is something wrong here. At other power solutions, like, no, I'm not taking into account that we could sloop productions. What the heck is going on here? God, that's annoying. I'm not taking into account that we could sloop productions for power, because if we use 10 sloops for power production, I think we're going to be better off. I think if we use loops for power production, I think we're better off just putting them into power augmenters. So we might be able to gain something if we were to go for compacted coal. Let's say we go for compacted coal and we sloop that. That means that 1 coal and 1 sulfur will give us 1 compacted coal, if I'm correct. Compacted coal. Let me look up the recipe just to be sure. Yeah, it is 1-to-1 if we go and sloop that. Now that requires us to have an assembler running at 75 megawatts to... That is 25 per minute, and we need like 150 per minute, but we will probably be overclocking and slooping it at that point, which is going to increase the power by a lot. I think... Let's see... Foundry... What's the foundry actually? Let me check foundry. Foundry is 60 megawatts, so about the same. An assembler completely slooped and overclocked will be around 600 megawatts. That will be producing times 2.5, so 50, 75. 150 compacted coal per minute, using 150 coal and 150 sulfur. So that's 600 plus 500 from the miners is 1,100 megawatts that we're using instead of the 250 that we're using right now. And we are basically doubling the power output. So instead of 750, we would be using, would be doing 1,500. And we would still need the same amount of water extract. That's the one point though. I think that using higher tier fuel does reduce the amount of water extractors needed. So I think they're only 500 plus 10% on sloops. It's diluted fuel and more power than that. So using... Oh, sloops on diluted fuel. Yeah, that might be an option. I was just thinking about what we have now. If we think about what we have now, compacted coal would give us an increase if we slooped it. But the increase would be like, what? Around, I guess around 80 megawatts. No, it doesn't use more. Oh yeah, it does. It does, because it's running longer, so we need more gens to actually consume the 150 coal, so that's also an increase in power there, which will probably double, which would be something like 4.4 times 40 again, which is 176 again. So yeah, I don't think that increase is worth it at that point. I mean, I already thought it wasn't worth it, as in it was power positive, but I'd rather use it in power augmenters. Now, the thing is, why is this not working? This is so annoying. Why are these bells not loading in? Is that, like, they are definitely there. Is that something on my client? Is that something... I mean, yeah. But then the thing is, we can use loops for diluted fuel. We could definitely try and check that as well. So the belts are here. They just don't show up. I mean, I'm assuming it's because it's working that is fine. Oh, we need to auto connect though. Yeah, so other fuel types, I'm down to try. Oh boy. What kind of a mess is this? I'm assuming that this will fix itself. You can't get your audio to play. It might also just be because this is underwater and blueprints and stuff like that. Yeah. I'll reload again and try again. Hey, by the way, Phantom, if you have time, could you just hop on the server and have a look at the belts for me? To see if that is actually a me problem or a server problem? Because if this stays the way it is, then I mean, I can't actually do that, right? Oh. These are all... yeah, it's annoying. At least that's better. Okay. Oh, you're on Discord? Okay. Hey.
Other things playing. 1 second. I just need to.
You okay?
How can I not find the one I'm looking for?
No worries. Hey, good morning, Isla. How are you
They're
doing?
invisible for me too.
Oh, they're invisible for you too. Then one more thing I could try to do is restart the server. So I will try to do that.
That could be an option. I mean, they're there. They work.
Yeah, so I would like that they just work. This is also going to be a lot easier to put them in if I use blueprints. But that means restarting the server. Are you doing anything right now?
No, just setting the bottom.
Reboot. This might take a little bit.
No worries.
Okay, so while we are waiting for the server to restart, so what did you think about the power situation? Are you fine with me using 30 coal nodes to put in coal power over next month?
Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing else to use coal for.
Yeah.
And we need power. And, that power might as well be...
We need so much power. And then at some point, maybe, diluted fuel might be better at some point than power augmenters. But I'm not sure. We'd have to see, because at that point, we're probably going to have that much power already that a power augmenter is going to net us 1,500 megawatts. And I don't think we can get that done by using sloops for diluted fuel, so...
Yeah, the thing is we haven't got anything to make the fuel. So you've got
Also,
to have power to have the augmenters give you 10% of something. And are augmenters really actually going to give us 1,500? I mean...
Also, diluted fuel requires a blender.
Yeah, well, it was an example. It wasn't I wasn't specifically saying this particular fuel. I was saying, have you considered if slooping any of the other power sources? Because ultimately, the thing is that we've got to get that power up, like you said. And coal is not the answer. Like,
no,
we can use all 62, and we know we can't use all 62 because we need steel.
I mean, rocket fuel.
It's even adventurous to use half, I think.
Like rocket fuel, turbo rocket fuel. Sorry, nitro rocket fuel.
Rocket fuel. Phase 4. Still
yeah.
got to get there.
And that's just gonna be coal. We're gonna
Isn't gonna get us
I mean, I think
coal can't get us there. Like 10k from 30, like that's half of the coal on the map.
Yes.
To get that's where, and that's the only other thing about considering compacted coal. I'm not really that happy with considering compacted coal, and you're not either, and we know that.
Yeah.
We know as a solution, it's not an answer, but it extends our coal further than we can get coal to, because realistically, the more coal generators we use, the less coal we've got available to us to do steel.
Also, why did you not tell me this? There is like no satisfactory sound on my stream, I guess.
I did think it was deadly quiet a minute ago when I was doing something and you asked me to load up the game and you weren't talking. I was thinking, what, is it muted? I hadn't noticed because I didn't notice. I noticed that there was something wrong with the sound, but
builds are in now. Yeah, so server restart does fix it.
Yeah.
Which means
I can see more now too.
Yeah, so I'm just going to do that. I'll put them in. They're invisible next, and then next time they'll be visible. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, when it comes to power, it might be a case of, we can't make steel without coal. So the answer might be that we have to use compacted coal, even though it's only such a small gain. Sacrifice sulfur to be able to make power through coal.
No.
So that we can use coal for steel too.
Yeah, but it's not that compacted coal is only a small gain. It is that compacted coal is only a small gain if we sloop it. And at that point, just using the coal, even like 50% of the coal on the map, I think we can still use for power, even though it's a crazy thing to say that we're going to do that, but I think that's a possible solution. And using that amount of coal, if we then just put in a power augmenter instead of trying to do the compacted coal, I think we have a bigger gain than doing the compacted coal. So I don't think coal is a solution for that reason. Or compacted coal is a solution for that reason. God.
You're way better than the master than me, so I'm gonna trust you on that one. But it doesn't sound right.
So
you're way better at the master than me, so like I'll leave that in your hands. But
I am 98% sure about that. Yeah.
10% on 10k is only 1,000 megawatts.
10% on 10k is only 1,000 megawatts. Yes, but the gain we're getting out of
there's your 1,500 from like one power augmenter.
Yeah, but the gain we're getting from going into compacted coal is just so little. It is like 50 megawatts per sloop. Like 50 megawatts per sloop. Let's say 100 megawatts per sloop. That's still 10 sloops is 10. Yeah, that just still means that 10 sloops together is only 1,000 megawatts if we use it for production. And at that point we're also using sulfur, we're using...
Yeah, but the compacted coal is more of an increase than that. The bit that makes it not worth it for me is the fact that with only such a small increase. I mean, even without sloops, it is an increase in power.
It's the
sacrifice of the sulfur, which makes it not worth it.
No, the big problem is that we need the sulfur. Not that we need the sulfur as a resource, we need to mine the sulfur. And mining the sulfur costs, we need double the amount of coal, and we need that same amount of sulfur. So instead of having one miner, like we have now, for coal, we are having to power 4 miners, which is an additional 750 megawatts.
There's additional power that goes alongside the compacted coal that's generated out of it, which carries that past that. Because because when I was working it out, even without sloops, it came back power positive, except you're using sulfur, and sulfur technically isn't a power source, so it doesn't have a power. Itself, it doesn't have power usage technically itself besides miners, but it doesn't have a use for power besides you can't burn it on its own, for instance. So it's not a direct fuel. And that was the bit that, even though it was power positive, it wasn't power worth it to sacrifice that much sulfur to get that gain. It was really small. We're talking double digits in gains.
For me, it wasn't though. When I calculated it, it wasn't power positive at all. like without slooping it. Just the raw amount of extractors and the raw amount of more miners that we need, plus the cost of the assembler, was just completely negating the fact that we were not getting any power out of that. Just to simplify this as much as possible, normal coal is worth 300 megajoules. Compacted coal is worth 630, so it is a little bit over double. Right?
Yes.
So if we need to use 2 coal for 1 compacted coal, then we are only gaining 30 megajoules.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that 30 megajoules needs to power the assembler, the additional miner, additional 3 miners.
But that power usage while that's being created, because that's it's not just that 30 megajoules. That 30 megajoules is off of that one rotation of the recipe, not over the whole.
The 30 megajoules is per item, so it is multiplied by a lot, yes. But
and then it multiplies out by the fact that you're running that recipe
more. But megajoules is per second, right, and not per minute. So that's a big difference.
Yeah, because it's the power that's used. I can't remember. You explained it before.
Yeah, it is the raw energy value and not energy per second, per time unit.
Yeah.
There's a difference between watt and joules.
Yeah. What is cost and joules is duration of power over time. Yeah. You explained it before. I can't remember.
Other way around, but yeah.
Something like that.
It's just the fact that we don't have, there is no way in any calculation I made. I made the calculation before, and I'm 98% sure it is. No, I'm 100% sure it's not power positive without slooping it. I'm 98% sure that it's not worth it even when slooping it.
I would be questioning whether or not it's worth it, but the only reason I'm saying is it worth it because thinking about this sort of more outside the box, we know in the side by side in an ideal world, if you were going to go for one or the other, you can plow all your coal into it, and we can just throw coal at this and extend this as far as we can go with coal, right? But we have other uses for coal. Yeah,
we do. Yeah.
So the more we have to rely on coal power, that means the more coal we need to use for it. And compacted coal, while maybe not being the most ideal solution, it gives us the opportunity to reduce the amount of coal we're using to come out with there or thereabouts, let's say, the same amount of power. And there are ways to bring the power down further with slooping and with either going with overclocking and slooping, which are huge power costs, but you know those gains can be sort of, I don't know, you'd have to do the maths on weighing up whether or not it's worth it, or whether or not running way more assemblers, underclocking them as far as we can to make the gains we need, and just running a huge setup making the compacted coal. There are ways to bring that power cost down. There isn't a way to change the miners. We can't do anything about that. But what we do know is we've got 62 veins of coal, and I was surprised at that amount. I thought it was closer to 40. And when you were saying using 30, I was thinking, what, 10-ish to do steel? I was thinking that we didn't have that available, but we've got 62. So we're going to be looking at, we're using half of the coal in the entire map to get 10k at the coal generators. But we can get there or thereabouts with compacted coal. With underclocking, we can certainly make it power positive. I definitely had it power positive. It might have been with underclocking, to be fair. But I definitely had it power positive. And at that point, I think that's the point where it makes it. I don't like the idea of wasting sulfur, because to me, it's the idea of doing it feels like wasting sulfur. But the other part of me, and it's only really dawned on me today, is that we have a lot of needs for coal and limited coal resource to do them. And that's the question. That while it's not the most ideal answer to the question. I think it's one of those questions where we have to consider whether or not doing it is actually worth it for another reason, albeit maybe not the most efficient use.
But that is assuming that what you're saying is that is actually, without slooping, already power positive, and that is 100% not the case. I will.
I had it power positive. I'll go back and look at it, but
give me the numbers, because I did the same calculation, and it is just like it like I'm 100% sure that it's not.
Okay.
So, like,
I trust your maths better than mine, but
in that case, just give me the calculation that you did, so I can, well, double check them, because I'm basically saying they're completely wrong. Sorry. But like, I can still be wrong, right? So I'd rather just that you give me the calculation, that I say, no, there and there is wrong, and that maybe you can just correct me and say like, hey, no, that's actually correct.
I took the power that they generate, took the total power off of a node.
Okay, so you took the power that it generates.
Yeah, so you take the, so let's say your baseline is you take that coal, you throw it through a generator. You run a miner, you run the generator. You don't have any other cost if you belt that node straight into a generator, other than then the water costs.
I'm not looking at my chat. Oh, I was not looking at my chat at all. I'm sorry, Badfuck. Thank you for the lurk. I thought it was like in the middle of the night for you there, so have a good night, have a good rest. See you again next time. Okay, sorry. I need to. Yeah, right.
That again.
Let me.
Grabbing the sulfur.
Let me go into a spreadsheet. Let me go into a spreadsheet. And let's go through that, so that we just know it. I know most of the numbers out of my head as well at this point, so there we go. Okay, we've got an empty spreadsheet. So, the power we get out of it. So, let's say I will still do this per coal node, because that is essentially the limited resource, right? If we have one coal node,
it just multiplies out, doesn't it, at the end of the day? You only need to really know it as a solid figure. It doesn't matter whether you work it out on...
But then we have 150 coal per minute, which eventually is going to net us, if we overclock the generators, generator is going to give us 750, because 3 generators, well, actually, I'll do this like this, 4 times this. Because that is...
It's 75 power per 15 used, so 10 times that's, 750 megawatts.
Yeah, that is exactly... That's the numbers from in-game, right? That's the number that the generator is actually producing. And every generator is consuming... Well, I can do number of generators here. Number of gens is this divided by 37.5. Well, divided by 15.
It might be easier to work it out with just 15, yeah.
There we go. That's 5. And then this can just be this, and this can be...
Why is that 4?
That is 4 generators.
4 generators run more than 150.
No. 4 generators run 15 times 2.5, and they run 37.5 when completely overclocked.
Yeah, well, okay, if you plan on overclocking them...
Well,
it doesn't really matter either way,
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter at all.
Overclocking doesn't do anything to it other than reduce the number of... Doesn't it have any difference on... Didn't we say it worked out something on power when you overclock?
No, that is completely... It doesn't matter if you overclock them or not, it's just we put in less generators. There is no actual impact on the power. So water extractors, we're doing this still. So 10 water extractors per generator, so that's 40. And then the power that we use out of that is 4.4. Oh, sorry. Power extractors. That's times 4.4. Right? And then miners, power miner, which means I would probably need to cut these. No, doesn't matter. Okay, so the amount of miners is 1. And the power the miner is using is then times 251 actually. So the net power is 750 minus this, minus this. Okay. Is that correct?
Looks like it. That's, hang on, net power, sorry, I missed the last bit you put in. Net power is what? That's the gain from coal?
Net power is what we are actually gaining, yeah, like... that is power minus the power of the miner and minus the power of the extractor. Correct, right?
Yeah.
Now, let me insert a few columns. Let's say we want 150 coal and 150 sulfur. That will net us compacted coal at 75 per minute. Because, well, without slooping. That will require us to have 2 miners. The amount of generators I'll have to see in just a minute. The amount of water extractors we'll also have to see, and that, so that's... and then we also have the power of the assembler. So that is 75, which is basically 3 assemblers at once. So let's say we underclock the assembler. Let's say without underclocking the assembler for now, right? So that is assembler power. Voila. That is 3 assemblers, so it's 3 times... What does an assembler cost? I think it's 75? And that's without underclocking it.
75 without underclocking, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we can underclock that later to try to make up for the power difference. Now, this gives us 75 compacted coal per minute. How many generators do we need? Like coal generators do we need to burn that?
2 seconds, I'll get you the figures for it, 1 minute.
So a coal generator burns 7.14286 compacted coal per minute. So if one generator...
So it's 10 point something.
That's... Wait, what is B2 here? B2 is that. So... 7.14286. That comes from the wiki. So that is 4.2 generators that we can run off of that. That's a little bit more water extractors and stuff like that. Okay. That is minus 124, with this much coming from the assembler. Right, so if we underclock the assembler to 1%. And we might also underclock the power extractors more. Then we might be able to get there. We might just be able to get there with using the same amount of coal. Let me reiterate that. Using the same amount of coal, not less coal.
Yeah.
So let's say we underclock that, then that is 3 times, 3 divided by this times 75 times power of the underclock percentage to 1.321928. So, yeah, I can get it power positive. But it's still not worth it. I mean, at this point though, if we sloop it...
So what if we were to go at...
If we sloop it for... No, wait, if we sloop it, then the problem becomes we're using that many assemblers, so... Yeah. Then we can't use those assemblers. Then we need to...
So what about if you change it to running... What does 1 work out at 2.5?
What do you mean? 1 workout at 2.5?
So what does one assembler need to run at to use all of the iron and sulfur out of 1 node to then also sloop it so that only 1 assembler is required?
We would be using less coal. Yeah, sloop and overclock maybe 1. I don't think it will work, but I'm down to try.
It wasn't a suggestion of it being better, and the whole conversation was I haven't said at any point it's being better. I'm talking about the fact that we've got 62 and looking at all of these problems not just as a straight efficiency and what's best and ruling things out based on efficiency, because sometimes I don't think that's going to be the answer. And sometimes it's going to be the case of, can we think outside the box where we can make something else fit?
That's true.
So that we can, because like in this instance, we know we've got 62 coal. We know of that 62 coal that we have, what is it? 62 by 300, so 186, 18,600 coal. All right.
Oh. Yeah, if you're looking for coal, probably. I was trying to calculate it in terms of power. Yeah, probably. But
the thing is, the maximum amount of coal we've got on the whole map.
The thing is, right? Coal gives us power. There are a certain amount of ways that we could use coal to get to power, and the thing that I thought the thing that I thought that you were suggesting is, if we can use compacted coal in a correct way, then it might give us a little bit more power per coal node. So we could do that and just trade a bunch of sulfur for that little bit extra power. And if that's the case, I think that's a great suggestion. It's just like, if I do this calculation, there is no way that is working.
I think I missed the miner or something. I'm not entirely sure, because I had it clocked. I'm sure I didn't have it clocked less than something like 5 or 10% or something like that. An underclocking of the assemblers and the water extractors.
But
so I've missed some power somewhere.
Yeah, but even this is power positive, but it is still, if you compare it to the coal, we are still losing 300 megawatts, right? So if we sloop it then we barely get some power gain. But the problem here is we're using 4 sloops. Because... yeah, that. But... I mean, we could bring this down to... 50 times that's... is... If you bring this down to 125 each... Oh. No, 125... 125, 125, 125. So if I do this, then we are using 2.5 assemblers. And so for the cost of 2 sloops, we are gaining 23 megawatts for each 2 sloops. Although, wait, the power of the miners is also not correct here because it's going to be a little bit more. It's going to be more. And this is
the miners are going to mine at what it is. It's just going to have resources that aren't being burned, right?
Yeah, but I'm like, okay, let's say we get.
But you could underclock them to get only the right amount, right?
Yeah, but then we're just getting less coal, which makes no sense.
Which is not what we're going to do.
Yeah.
No. But that coal is going to be used elsewhere, and it's going to be used somewhere that it's going to be needed regardless. So setting the power to judge the power production from, I think, is still right to say that we're going to use less power to generate it. But even though you're going to run the miners at full capacity, of course we are, because we need the resources. Mm-hmm. But then you might as well calculate running the miners across the whole place, because we're going to use everything.
Okay, but the conclusion here: are we using compacted coal or not?
Well, that would be that. I mean, that's the thing that is the question that I was asking. In that, is it going to be the case that are we saying that it's a complete write-off? Because I was writing it off for the use of the sulfur in the first place. Like, I feel like we're going to need sulfur in other places.
I'm writing it off because the power gain is just... There is power gain only if we sloop it, and then slooping is negligible, where we might as well... I mean, even if it were to gain us 100 for 2 sloops, then it's only 500 megawatts. We're better off just putting a power augmenter in for those 10 sloops every single time. So I'm writing it off as in there is no world in which compacted coal, whatever we do, is ever going to give us any more advantage than just putting those 10 sloops in a power augmenter.
It's going to be the back-end impact of where those resources are going to be lost elsewhere for us being able to use them for anything else.
I did not follow that.
Well, if we were to... We would be using half as much coal.
No. We would be using exactly the same amount of coal to do that. We are not gaining on coal. This was assuming that we use exactly the same amount of coal.
Yeah, but there is power there for that. And there's not a lot. Don't get me wrong, there isn't a lot of power there. But where else are we going to generate this power? Because
a power augmenter.
Coal generators is not going. Yeah, but then you've still got to have power to get a power boost from.
No. The flat gain, like the 500 megawatts standard from a power augmenter, is already more than we would ever gain.
And we've already written off putting power augmenters in because we need the sloops for production across the many things we're going to have to produce.
Okay, but we can use the sloops for production, or we can use the sloops for power augmenters. But there is no world in which we use the sloops for compacted coal and gain more power than either of those options. Sloops into compacted coal is just...
You have shown that it just generated more power. It does generate more power than putting it into coal.
If we use sloops!
Exactly, if we use sloops.
But if you use 10 sloops and you gain 500 megawatts out of it, then why the heck are we using those sloops in production of that? Well, we're using still the same amount of coal. We're not gaining any coal doing that. Why are we not just putting in the power augmenters? What is the discussion here?
There isn't a discussion here. I'm just putting the question out there that the resources, we have to consider where else we're going to use them, as well as just plain going, right, we're going to put 30 nodes into coal. What about the rest of the coal? Is that going to give us enough coal to do everything we require with steel and the many things that steel goes into?
I mean,
it's the other places that we need to use the resources. And ultimately, compacted coal isn't going to change it. I mean, we wrote it off a long time ago. But it was an example of something that could be considered, and obviously not really. But we've got to consider the impact of using that amount of coal for generating this power to then be able to then not have that coal available to us. Because the other thing you're not actually calculating in this whole spreadsheet is we've got to get that coal to the generators. So what about the power costs there?
Belts.
And that happens across the board. That happens across the board because that's going to be the same whether we use compacted coal or not. And compacted coal really isn't a good example because it's such a small power gain that the recipe cost pretty much annihilates that off from the outset. But there's got to be other ways that we might not have thought of that we can do power. And we wrote them off because on face value, they are not power positive or close to power positive. But are there ways we can get them there?
No.
Is there ways that we can use them as alternatives to build the power in the first place?
Because
power aumenters are not going to be the option at all.
I have spent a lot of time on... I have spent a lot of time on thinking about the power. Like right now, I'm not talking about when we finally get rocket fuel. Because when we get rocket fuel, then we can think about, okay, how are we going to do that? But until we get rocket fuel, there is...
That's tier 8 research.
Yes, so we are using coal until we get there. It's...
Are we able to use coal till we get there?
Yes. Like, I would like to have more power, but there is just no way we can get more power. And I would love for you to prove me wrong at some point, but then don't come to me saying like, oh, but maybe we can use compacted coal, when I'm like, I'm 100% sure that doesn't work. No, so don't get me wrong, because compacted coal was an example of looking at something and looking at a different way of looking at whether we can use it or not. Like, we'd both written off compacted coal a long time ago. The point of it was to consider using it if there was a way we could make it work, because we know we need coal for multiple things. Like we've got to think about not just now, but also later, how we're going to use our resources, because we are that limited on resources. Coal is not the answer to power, absolutely not. 10k power is not going to get us anywhere. I mean, 10k power is 2/3 of the factory that's doing phase 2 in the first place. We're not even looked at phase 2. No. 10k is exactly what the phase 2 is doing. Well, maybe plus minus 1,000, but yeah. Oh, phase 2 or phase 3?
Phase 2. What we're on now.
Yeah, phase 2 is doing...
That doesn't have smart plate on it, and we're already at 10,800.
Oh yeah, but smart plate...
Smart plate on just versatile frames and automation wire alone.
Yeah, like versatile frames automation is about 10,000. Smart plating is less though. But yeah,
smart plating's a lot less, like 3k or 4k.
I know,
or something like that.
But there are no other ways for us to actually get it there. Like, let me take these out because these are going into power now. Although, anyway, there are no other ways for us to actually get. What am I? Brain's not working. There are no other ways for us to make power. That's my problem.
This phase there isn't.
Yeah, so next phase we can think about that, but like if at that point in next phase we do find that, oh, we have a good way to make power, we are going to use that, and we are still not going to have enough power. We are starved on power, and there is, how are you going to allocate your resources is the correct question to ask. Like, if we allocate our resources to making steel, then we have less power. If we allocate our resources to making power, then we have less steel. And there is just going to be a balance. I think that using half the coal for power is still too little. without calculating it, my gut feeling says we are going to use like 50 of the nodes for actual power and 10 for steel. I think that is the that is where we're headed, somewhere. I don't think we're ever going to be using only 10 or 20 nodes of coal for power and then the rest for steel. I don't think we have enough power to process 40 coal nodes into steel.
I mean,
but that is an assumption. I am desynced again. That is an assumption, and I'm like, I do want to be clear about those things. There are some things I calculate and I'm like, I'm 100% sure about that, or 95 or whatever, and some things that are basically an assumption. So I'm not sure about this. This is more like a feeling.
Okay. I mean, that's next to no steel production.
What do you mean? 30 coal nodes.
Yeah.
That's not a lot of steel production, but if I like look at the steel beam factory that I made over here. Well, if I can actually not fall in the water and just get up here. Me. Okay. I just put in a few steel beams so we could start upgrading these belts. Do you know how much, and that is, well, I am slooping that, right? But I also did the calculation without slooping it, and the power gain is not pretty. So, this foundry and this constructor together with the two miners, it costs me to make 37.5 steel beams per minute. Costs me 628 plus 107, which is 735 plus 500, which is 1235. Let's round it to 1200. 1200 megawatts for this amount of steel. And that is using...
But forget that bit, because the bit that's going to be limiting, other than generation of power, is the resources themselves. If we're saying that we're going to put 50 out of, or even 52, let's say, just leave round number on the coal.
Yeah.
Even when it gets to the final phase of this making phase 5, you know, or even over the course of what we have available to us to do the whole process of phase 5, including the bits that are already been making from steel from before that. You'd only have 125 steel a minute, and that's if you put it all into steel beams and don't make any steel pipe. I mean, the alternative would be to just make iron pipe so that you don't have to make steel pipe in the first place. To put steel solely into steel beams, 10 Mark III miners on coal going into steel at 3,000 steel.
Oh, this is so slow.
125, and that's slooping it.
For the nuclear pasta,
25 a minute.
I had 3 coal nodes with 39 sloops. No. I definitely need to redo it. I need to redo this.
That's a third of the entire sloops.
Yes, but I mean, at some point there is going to be an optimal amount of resources to put into that and that and that to reduce the time it takes for us to get to the end game as much as possible. That being said,
I mean, even
the amount
125 a minute, even at 125 a minute for steel beams, that's 8 point something foundries. That alone, slooping it, is 16 sloops. Foundries are 2, I think.
Yes, foundries are 2, unfortunately.
So that alone is 16 sloops to get 125 a minute. So even if we say, well, we actually won't be able to afford to sloop it.
Oh, Shoot me!
Listen,
Shoot me!
It's 4 point something. Hang on, I can't. Where are you?
Are you there?
I don't even know where you
Oh,
are.
can I get in
I
here?
am here.
Ah! Okay, never mind. I'll just go up. Don't worry.
Can shoot? Oh no, I can't shoot. I've got no ammo.
I'll be up there in a second.
Right.
Oh, right. There's the roof here.
This is the bit that we need to consider, isn't it? Like, can we sacrifice that amount of coal? Can we gather that amount of coal into put them to even put them in the generators in the first place? I mean, I don't know.
Like, we need that power. There is no other way that we get that power right now.
Even SAM, we can't even run SAM on converters or anything like that to convert other resources because we won't have the SAM in late game to even generate more.
You're not streaming right now, right, Phantom?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm trying to sort my audio, but I can't for the life of me figure out why my alerts are not playing to me. My monitors are on, monitors are output into my headphones. They play to the live, but don't play to me.
Right, I was just going to put in more coal power. I mean, we can start by putting in the coal nodes that are in the desert. That already is going to take me the better part of, well, a lot of streams. So, but that might give us like enough of an edge. The other thing we're going to do, we just don't have enough sloops. We are just going to be changing the location of sloops depending on where we need it. There's no way that we keep the sloops in the smart plating factory. If we're done with smart plating, that's going to go out.
We'll never be done with smart plating because smart plating is used all the way through.
Is it?
Well, it's used in...
It's
used in the manufacturing of modular engines, which are used in the manufacturing of propulsion drives, which are used then in the... Is it warp drives after that?
At some point, yeah. Yep. Okay.
So you have to use smart plating in the production line.
Yeah, but at that point I think that we're probably taking the sloops out of smart plating, putting more resources into smart plating, which is going to require more power. Oh god. Yeah. It is just, at some point this is going to take a ridiculous amount of time, and we are not going to get around that.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? That's ultimately the point, isn't it? Like, it's... The sloops are just saving us time on these parts, which is okay right now. You know, using sloops to do our project parts right now is meaning that they're going to be done slightly faster. I mean, it's still going to take 6 days for smart plating to fill that all the way up.
Why are these not even running?
7 days.
Yes. Yes.
And ultimately, it's going to be a case of, you know, when it comes to making... I mean, versatile frames, we will probably just leave it to do what it's doing now and prepare for the next phase, because phase 3 is pretty much solid, isn't it? Just versatile frames? Or is it versatile frames and something else? I can't remember now.
It is versatile frames and 2 other things, I think. Modular, like the modular things?
Oh, yes. Modular engines, versatile frames, modular engines, and adaptive control units, right?
Yes. Oh, no. Is it modular engines? Maybe it's modular engines. Adaptive control units is the one that I was thinking of. Definitely better.
Yeah, it is modular engines. It's the one you were doing in the big building, the big phase 3 factory.
Yeah.
Modular engines, yeah. Like, I'm just not sure. At that point, it's just be a case of those are just going. Once the factories are in, they're just going to take over, and they're just going to have to work at no sloops almost, or the sloops only being in the final phases. Maybe on just the smart plating itself, not everything that makes it. Just the versatile frames, not everything that makes it. Just the modular engines and the adaptive control units and the other bits. Because automation wiring is also in there. Automation wiring goes into adaptive control units. Which ultimately go into like the other parts too.
Yeah, so
this not work. I keep missing alerts because I can't hear them. Do you have your alerts run through OBS from Stream Elements?
Oh, I think I have them straight from Twitch. Yeah, they're just Twitch alerts.
I'd need my audio. If I was going to run it through my bot, I'd have to run it from the audio files on my computer.
There is less space down here than you think. I mean, I think even putting 30 call nodes down here is going to be a challenge, so...
How are you... Why? What problems are you having with space?
Just the fact that we need a ridiculous amount of space. At some point you do run into land, like other blocks and stuff like that. And the ground sometimes goes up, which means like you can't keep building there, stuff like that. So...
How many generators do you need in total for
120? 120.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to put some up top.
And 1,200 water extractors. How are these still not running?
This is starting to just...
There's also the fact that you just told me, like, hey, the stream was awfully quiet for a second. It's like, I need some music. I really feel like I need to get stream music sorted.
Yeah, I didn't have any audio running in the background, no videos, no nothing. So for a second when you weren't talking, it was like couldn't hear anything at all.
Yeah, I've noticed that for myself as well. Like, well, except, oh god, stupid game. Okay, disconnect again.
I might just have to stream without alerts and just keep an eye on them.
What time is it?
I just don't see them very easily in my chat window.
I mean, if you don't run them through Stream Elements anymore and you just take the Twitch ones, does that work?
No, they're not playing back to me.
Not playing back.
No, they're in stream. Like if stream, the raid comes through stream, the follows come through stream.
Yeah.
Everything comes through stream. The alert goes on the live. It's the playing back to me that's not working, so I don't hear that because I'm not listening to the stream.
Damn it!
I'm not getting the alert. I'm not hearing that someone's followed, someone's raided, someone's subbed or anything like that. So I'm not seeing them.
I see. Yeah.
And because of how they come up in chat, they sometimes get a little bit lost in the chat window too.
Yeah, but you have your activity panel in Twitch. Oh yeah, but you don't use the Twitch management panel.
No, I've got activities through my bot, through ground control, through OBS, and no, that's it.
Yeah.
So I do have an activity panel that I can have up, which is the one that I'm paying attention to at the moment to see them, who's followed, but without getting the alert in the first place. It's not my go-to place to check all the time. I'm usually checking chat and stuff. I don't get to sort of I don't see it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
It's just I just can't figure out why it doesn't, and I don't know whether it's something to do with my mixer and it not picking up the audio playback. And I can't tell why it's not being triggered because it doesn't. So I can't get it to unhide all my. It doesn't see. Like OBS is meant to be the output, I assume, but it doesn't see OBS as a audio device unless something's playing. But even when something plays, it's not showing it as an option in my mixer either, so that I can put it into a channel. What I can do is I can tell OBS that I want the monitor to output through this source, or this output device.
Yeah.
And I can bypass my mixer by putting the output directly for the monitor directly to my headphones.
I've had issues with that as well. Like OBS and virtual things and stuff like that, not doing what you want them to do.
That's the thing, when I play it, like OBS doesn't come up as an option, so it's not getting, and I can see it playing, and I know it's playing in the live because I clipped it and I watched it back. So the alert hit the stream, and the stream knew that it was there. But it didn't play for me. I wonder if it's something to do with. What was this? Hang on a minute. Is this it? This might be why.
That would be good if you found it. Ah, come on! Ah, I jumped again. No, and it's here again. Oh no. There's that in the way again.
There's an OBS option that's set to 1 in audio. On Windows Sound Mixer, and I can't change it from 1.
Okay. I'm not sure what it's doing.
Why.
Okay.
It's like OBS itself is set to audio 1 in this, and I don't know why it's locked, and I can't change that. Why is this locked? Why does Windows have OBS?
Okay, what do I want to do? I wanted to continue building the generators and the pumps, but I jumped up. Right. No jumping on the water.
Yeah, no jumping on the water.
Rotors is... No jumping, no jumping, no jumping. I think we also might be able to use a zipline, it's just that the zipline needs to be a lot lower.
Can you zipline on power cables between nodes?
Between nodes?
Yeah, the wall nodes, instead of poles.
Yes, yes. I've used that to get around already, so yeah, you can do that.
Oh.
Something like this, hopefully. There we go. Oh, concrete was the other thing that I want to get. Well... yeah, but I think just the amount of power we're going to need is insane. Oh. We need power. We need a lot of power. And that is the first thing I'm going to be worrying about. If we can get that solved, then we can think about other problems. Let's go horizontal to vertical again, and then connect all of the water pumps. The only problem here is that this thing is going to be so repetitive. I've put in 4 coal nodes worth of generators. I'm working on the 3rd one. Then again, if I get more power in here, then you can upgrade the versatile frame and automated wire factory.
Sorry, were you talking to me? Sorry.
Well, half. Only a little bit.
Apologies, I was distracted. I was reading something.
I'm like... yeah, kind of. Kind of, and also just talking aloud, but... it's strange to be saying, oh, if I do this, then Phantom can do this. While Phantom is in voice chat with me, because that is just strange. Did I connect power yet? No, I didn't. I'm gonna need to figure out other stuff to talk about while I'm doing this. Because at this point I'm just repeating the same old thing over and over again.
None of these seem to be my problem.
That's 10, right? Are you Googling or ChatGPTing?
Googling, mostly.
I try using both. Oh. Something like this might work. Okay, so that's 2 more hooked up. And consuming more power, but not generating any power yet. Cool. Let me put in the rest of these water extractors on the first row as quickly as I can.
This needs to be there.
Should be far enough apart.
Make sure your headphones are default device. Windows playback.
Let me just double check if these pipes are going to be correct, and if they are, that makes it a lot easier. And I can put in the coal generators, hook up the power, and then we have 2 more coal generators running at least. Oh boy. Vertical. That connect. No, invalid shape. That connect. Might just be that it's not lined up correctly, so let's try that. What? Come on. I mean, I can just move the pipe by one. Now, it's probably going to give me an issue with the other one. But that one is easier to move. Oh no, it doesn't. Perfect. Awesome. Here we go. Now let's just hook up the coal power. I was just thinking on how I was going to get all this coal into their correct generators. There are going to be a lot of generators here. And 4 belts of coal is not going to cut it. So there are probably going to be coal belts on this side, and I just don't want them to intersect. Then again, that is a problem for later. Can this one connect? No. That was kind of to be expected, right?
Finally fixed them. It's only taken me an hour and a half.
You got it fixed?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
OBS problem.
I mean, most of the time it's an OBS problem, yes.
Yeah, which means now I've got no time for... I have no time for fixing any of the other issues at the moment. Now I'll jump on and can actually do something.
Okay, nice.
So we need to find more coal. How many coal are already coming in?
4, and I'm still building those. I mean, I'm still building the factories to consume 4 belts. So I'm doing that first.
And are all those currently set up to set up to Mark 3 belts? Everything in line for those, or is there anything you do with that?
They are set up to Mark 3 belts, yes. So Thing is, I decided, sorry for not including you in this, I decided to just build them in modules of 4 generators, all overclocked, and then have one Mark III belt feeding them for 150 coal each. So one miner is just going on one belt, is just going into 4 generators to make everything easy. Otherwise we would be balancing stuff, and the only thing we would be actually saving with that is belts. And
okay.
Yeah, I just didn't feel like it was worth the logistics issue to try and get all of that figured out and lined up, while we can just throw a little bit more steel at it.
That's fine. So you need 30 belts running down there. Eventually.
Eventually, yes. Eventually.
You think it'll be nearer 50?
Wait, repeat that? Satisfactory being loud.
You said it'll be nearer to 50. Actually, can't get out of here right now.
I mean, let's start with the 11 in desert or the 12 in desert, and we can figure out the rest. Say, and even even then, I mean, you don't have to necessarily hurry too much with this, because it's going to take so long for me to already to get all of that fixed.
So do we have?
Yeah, go.
Do we have steel at the moment going into Dimensional Depot here?
Yes.
Okay. Is there an excess going into a buffer? Yeah? Yeah, okay. That's fine. Can't actually get up there because for some reason I can't jump.
That's maybe because you're underwater, or maybe you just conditioned yourself not to jump so much that now you can't jump.
No, I'm up on the top. Grab any spare steel that's here. This is doing just steel beam, right?
Oh boy, we're hitting our max way too often. How is this happening though? Yeah.
Do you know if there's any more coal north past that one that's already in the north?
Yeah, you can look at the map, right? Oh, but
yeah. Do you know if there's anything in the north?
Put down a radio tower over there, I'd say. Because I don't know out of the top of my head. Okay. Do you have more concrete per chance?
I've got about 7,000.
Ooh. Wait, you got 7,000 concrete?
Yeah. Okay, this is a bad idea. I'll upload some. I picked some up ages ago, didn't I? I picked some up and I couldn't put stuff up because I had the coal in my inventory.
Probably. Let's just go down here. Oh, and I'm out of rotors as well.
Those two, although I can't upload both at the same time.
Rotors are... If you can... Well, no, I need both. I mean, I can also just...
Preference?
No, not really. We'll just head up and go fetch concrete. concrete and rotors. Wait, you started screaming, right?
It's been a second.
Okay.
Not currently at the moment. But I'm going to go AFK for a minute and get started. So I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, okay. Okay. And while we're waiting on Phantom to get here, I'm also not going to be streaming for too much longer though. I would like to... Question. I think I'm already streaming longer than I was anticipating, but I would like to go for a little bit longer. Get maybe one more coal node done, maybe just the one that I'm working on. But I do have other things I want to do this evening. Such as knowing where I'm running and not wasting time. But yeah, okay, so I do have a few more rotors in here. I am completely out of concrete. So for concrete I would have to drive back. But maybe that's not a bad idea. Let's go stock up. Oh, also I completely forgot that I just drove off the cliff to get here, so I have no idea how to get up. Maybe I should just leave this truck here. I'm gonna leave this truck here. I'm gonna build another one. Oh, there's Phantom's truck. See if there are any goodies we can loot here. That's a little bit of concrete. Thanks, Phantom. Here, have some coal in return. Not sure if he's listening at this point, at this moment. Why did I do this? That's this thing. I'm so used to jumping. That's annoying. I'm so used to jumping that...
Welcome in, and welcome back to the channel. I am Offscreen Phantom, and I am back again with more Satisfactory. We are back again on Mission Impossible, and we are doing what we can to get coal power going, and continuing to wait for Phase 2. Alright, let's get at it. So, let me just Google some screens here, because I've been trying to sort audio for quite some time. So, it's been a little bit of a late start for us. But that should be us. Let's also bring in X, because X is also live, so it's a little bit of a collab day today. X is there somewhere. I think you can all hear us now?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
There we go.
Good morning, everyone.
So we are trying to get coal sorted. I'm trying to get this north coal vein at the moment.
Like the one northeast.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you're up there, just put down a radio tower.
Yeah, I was trying to see if we've got any more. Does this at this point? No, because we're still going to need to gather the ones that are there, right?
What do you
mean?
mean?
We can see. So are we leaving that radio tower running?
I mean,
the one that's in already.
Yeah, and if you want to turn it off, there is a power switch, right? So we can just use power switches. The same for the steel beams, by the way. That is also on the power switch.
Yeah, I think that's useful at the moment. We've got a lot, even back at base, I think that needs upgrading to Mark 3 belts. So.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting turning... Oh! Not suggesting turning it off. I almost jumped. Like,
it was exactly what I was going to do anyway when I came on, and that is put that temporary steel in. Overclocked steel beams.
Yeah.
It's literally exactly what I was going to do already, so it's no different to...
I assume so. I assume so.
We know that we need a lot of steel.
Oh, wait, Isla, you were saying that you were back. I think, like, you said that Just as Phantom was going live, and Just as Phantom was saying, like, we're back again with some Satisfactory. Oh, okay, song lyrics.
Guess who's back? Back again. Not going to sing anymore because I don't want to get any... Well, I don't want anyone to unfollow starters.
Let's see.
Chat.
Yeah, right, you need to turn it on. There we go. I mean, there are a lot of songs and I'm like, hey, those are good songs. And then like, I never actually listened to the lyrics. I don't like the song anymore.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to use a lift, aren't I?
Lift 4?
Getting this iron out of here, getting this coal out of here.
I know.
It's we use a...
Okay.
There's no more that I can bring here, right?
Not sure. Once these pipes are in... Yeah, once these pipes are in, good news, then we will have 3 coal veins connected. Fully connected.
I think I only ran 4, so that leaves just 1 more to connect them.
Yes.
Going to run this up here. Somewhere there. We'll put a radio tower over here. Got radar tower either.
Oh, is it a radar tower?
It's radar, yeah. Oh, there is 2 more.
I have been translating it that... I have been translating that incorrectly the entire time then. For some kind of reason, every time that that there was radio tower, I was I'm still thinking it's a radio tower. It is just going to stay a radio tower for me, okay?
It's a radio tower.
It's a radio tower, yeah.
Cool.
Back at it again. Yes.
At it. That is it. We are back at it. Hey, nice streak. 15 streak.
Oh, wait. That makes... Right, Phantom is live. Let's hop in.
Gotta keep your streak alive.
Yes. What is my streak at?
No idea. You've been in every live, haven't you? I
think so. Oh, and a tree streams streak over here. Nice.
Video.
I've been really trying to keep my streak alive. It's like if I miss it, it's like even if I miss your stream, it's like I need to keep that alive. I am going to watch the VOD for 5 minutes.
I appreciate that.
It's like, but that's the way that streaks work, right? They are made to be kept so that you keep coming back. Oh, you broke them almost everywhere. Yeah. I mean, that just means you can build them up again.
Yeah, at some point though, sometimes it becomes habit and a need for the streak rather than a. I used to do that, and I used to then when I broke them all, I suddenly stopped watching a whole bunch of channels that I hadn't really been in, and I'd literally just been catching the 5 minutes for.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true, but it's often that way. That is the point with streaks. That is why they are there, and that is how they. That's exactly where they try to focus with that. It's just a marketing strategy.
Of course.
Like Duolingo, same thing. You know how hard it is to break a Duolingo streak? Like, if you miss a day, it's like, oh, don't worry, you missed a day. You have used this consumable. You can keep going. You've missed 2 days? Oh, you have used 2 consumables. You missed 3 days? Oh no, your streak has been broken. 3 days later, you're magically back to your streak. Something like that. It's crazy. Yeah, that's just the way it works. If you at some point allow your streak to be broken, then you notice that people just they stop coming back immediately. It's so streaks work so well. It's crazy. Use Finch app, personal tracking for stuff to do, etc. And they were the same, yeah. Sometimes you skip a day after a while, run out of things to save the streak because you auto-used them and had no choice. Yeah, and then the moment the streak actually breaks, it's like you try to build it up like 2-3 more times, and then it's just like, oh, whatever, it's actually not that important, and then you start to skip stuff again. And then it actually drops. That's how it happens most of the time.
Oh, just thought of something I wanted to do.
You want to use 1000 gemstone thingies to save the streak? And I'm like, no. Oh my god, you can. Yes. Yes. That is exactly it. Oh, we were using batteries. Why are we using so much more power though? Well, why are we... I'm putting more power in. I am feeling like we're either not making a dent or that we're just losing power in general. Like that we're actually not getting net power, which 4.4 megawatts.
Is it just because more things are used? No, because we haven't got anything depot in. So there's not things that are turning on because we're using resources.
There shouldn't be, no. Yeah.
Is it just because of how they're how some things are spiking though?
Maybe.
Just a quick one. Actually, no, I can already see it already is. I don't need this radio tower in now. You can see these resources, right? Is there anything on here that you want me to mark? And I'm going to remove this radio tower completely.
That's 150 megawatts that we're saving. You can remove the other ones as well. I mean, only the coal nodes.
Bring one sloop, though. There is one sloop within this radio tower.
Oh. I mean, if you want, you can go and search for that one as well.
I was getting the coal, but...
I mean, sure. Coal is more important, I think.
I haven't got an object scanner.
I see the problem.
I'm just good.
I have been putting in coal generators. I have not overclocked them. Well, that will do it. Yeah, so if I don't overclock these, then we are definitely having a net power loss. I think. I'm not sure anymore. Okay, we're out of power shards though, so I should probably make some power shards first. You don't happen to have like 6 power shards on you, do you?
6, I don't think I've got enough to put in the miner.
Okay.
All of the things that currently have priority switches on can just turn off. There's nothing here that needs... Like, if I put it in group 8, it could just go off, right? If we break power.
No, the steel beams I like to keep on.
Yeah, no, I'm not I don't mean turning it off now. I'm putting it into the grid, as in.
In
priority 8, it's going to go off.
Yes, like basically everything that is not power can just go off. And I think power is never going to be on priority switches, and miners is also never going to be on priority switches. At least the miners that go to power.
Yeah, I think that's the difference. Miners will, all production will, ultimately, if we need to cut power back that far. But generally speaking, no, 100% they won't, because we'll need the resources anyway.
Yeah. I will be going back to base.
It's going to be a problem, isn't it? We need shards.
I need shards, yeah. So I'm going to go back to base. I'm going to turn all the power shards that we have, except for Bob. Power slugs, except for Bob. Of course.
I already did that.
Did you already turn Bob into power shards?
No. Bob is still Bob's Bob. Bob's not going nowhere.
Okay.
But we only have purple left currently.
Oh right, and we can't use them yet. I'll do the research and.
We can do the research. I can't remember it being something too difficult. I think it was something that was not viable in phase 1. It might have even been steel pipe that we needed for that research.
Yeah.
We should have everything we need for it.
But yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna convert all of them, and then I might do some doggos first, and fill that up, and then just go around collecting everything from doggos. Because they also drop power slugs. Wait, is my bot offline? Why is my bot not responding?
Your bot is offline. Yeah, your bot is offline.
Yeah, apparently this. I'm dying though, which is annoying. Am I still screen capture? That's not.
Yeah.
Huh.
Have you got a 4 stack of belts? Is that what that blueprint was?
Yeah. Oh, greed is on cooldown. That's okay. Fish then. There we go. Okay.
We might need. Say one thing I did want to work on was start working on somewhere to bring resources into.
Yeah. I was
thinking.
Yeah.
multi-story. So the middle level would be a industrial storage of every item, including a depot that we need on the ones we need a depot on the middle level. So all the items that we need access to, so for our storage, we can just go to it, or from there it can upload into our depots for the things that we need. Then on the below, depending on what the storage item was, would then be the buffers, like what you were doing for central storage at Central Train Station.
Phantom, would you happen to have like one more reinforced plate?
I think I've got 8. 1 second. Or 6, or none. No. I don't
No?
have any.
Oh, God.
I've got some beams, some pipes, some plates. I need resources, to be fair.
Damn. Okay, I guess I am running back. I need 1 reinforced iron plate so I can build a tractor. And then I can fetch it more. This is a Mark II belt. There we go. Got it.
Your blueprint, it's only 4 belts, isn't it?
It's only 4 belts, yeah. I was thinking of putting more belts next to each other. But if you want more, then by all means make another blueprint with 8 or however many you need.
I left that off, didn't I? Yeah.
What? Okay. It is really nice to have things drive for you.
It is.
In the meantime, while I'm doing that...
How are we going to move things around the map? I've been thinking about this.
Thinking belts, but like just a sky belt or something like that? Is that an option?
I mean, we can get up higher and belt things. But I was actually thinking about this, and I'm starting to think that one big train might be a good answer.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think that train is going to use that much power, so...
Because the other thing is we can only run the train when it's full. And this is the other thing I was thinking about for... when it runs. There are settings that we don't use, and we were talking about this last time and saying, well, there is never going to be a reason why we would ever use any of these settings. We just let the train run, which is true. We did, and you don't really need to. But
now we do.
Actually, yeah, exactly. I was going to say, actually now, there is a reason why we would want that train to sit there and wait until it's full before it left the station.
Yes, so it doesn't use as much power.
Yes, but the other part to that is we don't want it to sit in the station and keep filling periodically, as it will do, because then it will keep hitting the power. So there's a couple of ways we can do that. We can actually tell it to...
I got the feeling that I'm desynced.
We can tell the train that it can wait at a station before it comes in and allow the time it takes for those resources to be put in. And I know you're not a fan of just loading everything in, but if things were just queued up to be chucked into the train so that we didn't have empty cars running and we weren't waiting on slower resources than other resources, and we can just run it through programmable splitters, or even smart splitters that run item, then undefined, item, undefined, item, undefined, or whatever. But yeah, then we can empty whatever is out, and it won't matter what's going in. We can run the train when we've got a full train.
I mean, we do need an overflow handler then, as in a sink, but yeah.
Well, that was where I was thinking with it, and having it as a bypass. So,
yeah,
you know, while the train's back out fetching more resources, anything that comes all the way, that passes all the way through, and passes all the way through our storage, can then have a buffer, like a mega buffer, that holds all of that. That we get that train unloaded as quickly as possible, and then those buffer storage will pick up off of a
can sort can sort into other buffers, and then if it really doesn't go, then yeah.
And then once it's, and then sync everything that comes there after that, and that's something that we can then look at. If the sync's running, then we've got problems. This mode certainly does make you put context on many other options. It might make trains viable in that if we had it up high enough where it's,
it might still allow trains to be viable because trains are already a good option, right?
It's just for the amount that they can pull, the amount of cars you can run. I mean, a train can be 10 cars long and still run on a flat ground. It's the uphills and down, it's the uphills and getting going where it uses the main amount of power. You can't do more than 4 cars up a hill, or a steep hill.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think it would be an option for moving. So if we were to say, we're going to build, most of what we're doing, in this game, we are not really going to go and build a factory over here, a factory over there, a factory over there. What we're looking at doing is
we could as well, but we've done that
before.
I'd rather do that. I'd rather do what you're proposing now. Just take it and bring resources and use them at the central base, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's going to be a case of.
Also, we don't have that much ore to move around, so.
It might be we only need to run one train because we never get to a point where we've got enough resources to run any more than that.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. I do think a train might be an option. I don't know. We'll have to see when we get to that point. So, but it's either train is an option, tractors are an option, belts are an option. And if it's a train, it's going to be a circular railway. Yeah, I think so too. But the thing with tractors is we're going to be using a lot of coal, and coal, as we discussed, is precious. The thing with trains is we're using power, which is also precious. With belts we're using nothing, but we are building a lot of belts, so we might want to avoid that. So yeah, so I agree there. I think a train is definitely a valid option. Now what was I coming back for? I think I was coming back for concrete.
Reinforced plates.
And reinforced plates. And rotors. And
I was uploading concrete for you, but.
Oh, and also shards. Power shards.
Power shards was one, yeah.
Power shards and duggos. More fused frames. I mean, if we keep collecting from the duggos and we get more duggos, I think that we can get enough fused modular frames for phase 4 without making fused modular frames. Because normally it's like 100, right? So it's going to be 10,000. And we get 12 per harvest. So that would be only 1,000 harvests.
Hang on. Let's go again. I had creeps on me.
Okay. I think that if we keep harvesting the doggos, that we might get enough fused modular frames that we don't have to do fused modular frames for phase 4.
Are you sure?
I mean, I think it's 10,000 modular frames for phase 4 with our settings. So that would only be 1,000 harvests. Power slugs, right. So... Oh, it was modular frames for the purple power slug.
Yeah, why did we not do that then?
Because at that point modular frames were not a luxury that we could afford to spend. Pretty sure.
Maybe we just didn't have any because we weren't...
So we have 3 yellow slicks, 14 blue, 39. We've got 39. And I need more copper sheets. But yeah, building a storage facility and just so we can sort all of the loot from doggos, that would also be really nice to have. And just getting rid of all of these floating containers here.
I feel like I shouldn't have been pulling the coal from here and going across the map like this.
What do you mean?
I feel like this coal I'm taking it the wrong direction. I'm taking it out.
Oh, you're taking the wrong route to get there.
Yeah, I feel like all of this wants to be going... grouping together with them other 4 veins and coming a different direction.
Okay.
I was bringing it across this one across the 2 because I've got 3 already. Yeah, I just feel like this is a bad idea.
Okay, got power slugs. Do you want to get synthetic power shards as well?
Purple power slugs seem to be near the end of their life cycle.
Do you want synthetic power shards as well?
Energy stored. It is a good thing fix-it
I don't think we've got enough for it, have we?
Purple
I mean, if we have some time crystals, we could do it.
Yeah, we do want it, but we don't have any time crystals.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Is there still a constructor in here? There is. It is still overclocked and sharded. So, overclocked, sharded, and slooped. Let me make as many power shards as we can.
Okay.
Now, the only downside with us being there to make all of our coal power is that we're not at base, so we can do less doggos.
Sorry, what?
We're not at base, so we can't harvest doggos.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that is 190 power shards out of the purple slugs.
Yeah, we're gonna have to pay more attention. We should have been gathering some, probably.
Oh, your take on that was, oh, that is not a lot of power shards. Or what?
Okay, take on that is not a lot of power shards. You're building 120 generators, of which you still have more than 100 to build, and each one of those needs 3 power shards in them.
Yes.
That's more than 190 power shards.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm not harvesting, like... I will try to... I'll try to phrase that differently next time.
How do you mean?
So,
sorry. Yeah, Sila. Yeah. I didn't catch that, to be fair.
Yeah, so, not harvesting, but it is annoying that we can't cull the doggos the entire time.
doggos are helping us. They are working with us on our target to build resources to save the world.
Is it better if I just don't call them doggos, but call them by their family name? So we're harvesting the victims instead of the doggos?
Here's a sloop.
Sure. I mean, they are technically billionaires. They have an infinite amount of wealth to give, so...
When my dog goes for a run and it comes back with a stick, it's bringing me back a present. Our doggos are bringing us back our presents. We're just harvesting the presents that they're giving us.
Okay.
We're not taking from them. You were right with harvesting. Gathering up, collecting, these are gifts. The doggos have brought us. They're working with us, as all good doggos do.
Receiving from the doggos.
Yeah, we're receiving from the doggos.
Okay, so I'll try to use receiving next time. So the issue still stays the same. If we are at the other side of the world, receiving from our doggos is a lot harder.
Agreed.
Okay, so I have sloops.
I don't.
I'm uploading them.
Right, I just uploaded mine.
And then I'm coming back with as many reinforced plates you also needed, right? Let me upload a few. Let me upload a few of these. Oh, we can't upload those. Okay. That's fine. Oh, another thing. Apparently our hypertube cannon is active.
Not from me using it.
Hypertube base was active.
I haven't used it. Didn't even know we had one at base.
I'm pretty sure that I put that one in, yeah, but... I think I also told you at that point, like, I'm putting this in.
Yeah, I kind of expected you to turn it off, though.
How can
sorry to have that expectation.
Yeah, but how can you expect me to turn something off if I'm flying away from it?
With the priority switch. It's the same way we'll turn anything on and off when we're not using it.
Then I need to... Wait, I just put down a priority switch and I turn it off and I deconstruct the priority switch, right?
Maybe.
Right.
So we're I'm trying to gather this coal. But we have some rebar ammo as well if you're going to be there. And I also need some steel pipe. I'm out.
Steel pipe. I've uploaded a bit of rebar ammo, that's all I had on me. Steel pipe, I will need to go somewhere else. Well, I have some steel pipe on me, so I can upload that as well. There we go. What else do we need? More reinforced iron plates.
So I need plate, rods, concrete. Hang on. Yeah. Plate, rod, concrete, and steel beams.
Steel beams, steel pipes.
No. I've got plenty of steel pipe. I need iron rod, iron plate, steel beam.
Iron rods. Okay, iron rods. In that case, I'm bringing a few iron rods back as well. And I'm uploading a few.
Is there no power through here?
So, more rotors.
Do you know, in this corner of the map, you've got some power poles. Do they connect to power somewhere?
If they're longer than like 5 lines, yes. If they're just like 5 lines going up a cliff or something, then probably not. But to be absolutely sure, just click them and see if they show our power grid or not.
Yeah, they don't. Okay.
They don't.
Okay. Guess I can rate the truck stations. I mean, ultimately, I think one of the options we've got available to us at the moment would be, at the very least, booking all the coal miners up to coal, and then being able to stockpile that coal even while we can't use it.
Yeah, but that uses power.
Yes, but in the future, when we need power, we can turn on more generators because we have a stockpile of coal. Just like how coal generators work now in real life. They stockpile the coal, and when they need to use it, they fire up more generators.
I mean, if we have the power to do that, yes. The problem being that every coal mine we turn on is 250 megawatts, and right now we don't have the margin for that.
Yeah, right now we can run those generators because we need to, right?
Yeah, we need to run the generators, but yeah, I need to put the infrastructure for the generators in first.
But it's like it's actually while it is running that power now, it's stockpiling power for later. Like, do you understand?
Yeah.
It's not about what it's costing to do it now. It's what it's going to enable us to do later, because we can have a whole load of generators that are currently turned off, where we're not using the extractors.
We can use coal as a battery, right? But we don't really have a good automated way to turn that on and off, though.
Possibly. Power switch it.
That doesn't work.
Yeah, it does.
Well, no, because the generators. If you power switch the generators, then the generators are still going to be running. You'd need to go to the generator and put it on standby. Otherwise, it keeps running.
Not at all. You cut off the water supply to it, it won't run.
That's an option, yeah. And then we just need to make sure that the water extractors are on a separate grid or power switch grid than the generators themselves. And that works. Yeah, and in that case we are using coal as batteries. Which works. But it is still a manual battery for us. Like, yes, we still need to say, like, hey, now we want to turn it on, now we want to turn it off, so...
The other way to do that would be to run... You could run coal via... I mean, yeah, the battery itself, when we need it, we can call upon it. The other option you could have is to run, like, a buffer of coal. And then, as it overflowed, it could run into more generators. So while those generators are starved for the rest of the time, they can be sat there as overflow for power.
Yeah, but the thing is,
there's no switch, there's no sensor to turn them on and off.
Yeah, we don't have a sensor.
Programmers and programmers and priority mergers to make a sort of logic gate.
Is there?
That would allow. Yeah, the way that you merge items round and you send an item round, you can divert past something.
Like, is there a way for us to sense how much power we're using?
No.
Then there is no way to actually completely automate that. Then we need to be the ones. Oh, then we need to be the ones to press the switch and say, now we use this, now we don't.
Yes, for the other. I mean, yes, that would be the case. The other option on the other option would be using some kind of delivery method that turned that stuff on and off. So without having to turn the water extractors off, we could turn off the delivery if we had something in the middle that was powered that could be turned off, like for instance any sort of station, truck stop, station, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it wouldn't run power if you were just using it as a storage, but it wouldn't accept goods unless it had power. And I'm pretty sure it doesn't run power even with goods coming in and out of it until it loads a truck. And if it was to never load a truck, it should never use power. So that could be a power switch.
It uses standby power, but that is negligible. So it uses like 0.1 megawatts, which is probably also multiplied by 5, so 0.25 megawatts. I think.
No idea.
Yeah, it uses power on standby. I know that much, but probably like it probably doesn't matter.
I mean, ultimately, that's a building that can control the delivery of coal, which instantly turns on and off coal generators, as opposed to turning on and off the water extractors, because water extractors will drain the water tank back up on the generators, and then the generators can be funny about turning back on. When you turn them on and fill them with water, and they get to the point where they can run once, they'll go ticking on and off.
Does it?
And they'll sit there with like nothing. They can do, yeah. They can sort of like.
Yeah, I mean, though the truck stations not do the truck stations still export?
You can put on the in. They only have one.
Yeah, but do they export when they don't have power?
Yes.
Then. Yeah, then that's a problem. Like if they still have power, no, if they don't have power, do they export or inventory still? Because if that's the case, then this is not a good. It's not a good option then.
You turn them off, and they don't. So you're not using them as a storage. You're using them as a switch. They don't accept in, so there's then nothing in them to accept out.
There's nothing in them, but their inventory is probably going to be filled up at this point, right?
Yes and no. Depends on how much we're supplying to them. If we're just using the throughput, like for instance, if you've got a belt with 150 on it and you've got generators that are using 150, it's never going to back up into the storage. But if you've got your buffer before it gets to the building, when the building's off, it doesn't accept resources, so therefore it doesn't have anything in it. And if it's using its total throughput when it's on, it's never going to build a buffer, because that buffer's just going to completely run through the machine.
But that's exactly what we exactly want to use it for, a buffer, right? Because otherwise...
No, you want to turn the coal off, not the water extractors. You want it to be able to stop the line of coal going in, and it's one of the only buildings I can think of, any sort of station, that accepts goods in and out on power. And runs off storage. And can act as a switch. So the items coming in and out of it are just passing through. We're not using it as a storage, so to speak. And even then, even if we did, we just accept the fact that it's going to run until that coal runs out that's in it. And that storage that we actually build is the bit behind it, up to it, not the other way around.
At that point, I'd be more interested in using the Can I?
I think we're getting a little bit hung up
stuck
on the fact that it has a storage and that storage can back up, and that
it is going to back up. I'd rather use the water because that one is going to be quicker at that point.
It's not. The water's going to be more problematic, and it's not going to back up because we're going to have the throughput going in and out at the same rate.
I think the entire idea is you're making it too complicated for what it has to be. There is no reason for us to be doing that.
So there's no reason to stockpile coal and then be able to call on more coal power from a...
No, because we're going to be using all the power that we're creating. Like...
Okay. I mean, it's a thing that we could be starting right now to collect the coal that we don't need to use and burn automatically, and be stockpiling it for later when we're going to need it. Like, it's absolutely something that we could be doing. It's buying that power for later. Yeah, okay, we're sacrificing power usage now, but we're stockpiling that resource so that later on, when we could do with that power, we then have it available to us.
Yes, well, we can stockpile that, and for a manual switch and just having the power and be able to use the coal whenever we want later, that's fine. Yeah. That's definitely not a bad idea. The thing is, I don't see a way for us to actually have that automated and be functioning like an actual battery, like we would ideally want. I think that if we even try to do that, that we're just going to make it more difficult than it has to be. Like, so that's the only thing. I'm thinking, like, the entire thing of having a power switch and then turning that off, and then I think that's too complicated for what it has to be. If we need the power at some point, then we will...
If you wanted to turn anything from a power switch on and off, you literally just build one in front of you, go to the circuit priority. You don't even need to go find one. You can turn it on and off at any point, anywhere in the entire map, because you literally, all you need to do is build a priority switch. Don't even need to power it. Don't even need to hook it up. You can turn things on and off from anywhere without it being connected to your network. It's like having a remote control, except you have to build the building to build.
If you want to do that, go for it. I'm with it, because I think what is going to happen is, at some point we are just going to leave that on, because the moment we need more power, that is just going to be on, and it's never going to be turned back off, because we're not going to be reducing the power consumption at some point. We're only going to increase in complexity.
I mean, that might be the case at some point, but it's that at some point part that, you know...
So yeah, at this point, if we want to start collecting coal and just stockpile that I'm not against that one.
The other part to that is that the direction that coal's going, you can change whether a coal is going into generators or whether it's going into steam at the flick of a switch. It's multiple different ways it can actually benefit us.
Which is something that is just going to make it harder for us to manage coal, where coal is going.
Kind of makes it easier because you're using a remote control to turn on and off which machines are receiving it. So with a click of a button, you can literally be sending it from generators to...
I don't agree, but I also don't feel like there is a point in, like, there is no point in doing it. There is also no point in, like, if you want to do it, just do it. There is no downside to it, so go for it.
Okay.
I don't see downside to it. I don't see an upside to it, but if you see an upside to it, then, I mean, one of us sees an upside and there is no downside, and yeah, just do it then.
I'll go in here. Let's do 3 into. Is there another hole here somewhere? I guess I'll pick it up over there. I'm running out of steel rod again.
Steel rod?
Not steel rod. Rods.
Iron rods.
Yeah.
Let me upload a few more for you. I also probably brought a few back in my tractor, so I'm not sure where you are right now. But at the steel factory you can also pick some up probably. Okay.
Let's go.
The rain sound effects underwater, they kind of did well. It's a pleasant rain sound effect, which is something really hard to get in video games.
Come on. Why is this not building for me? Doesn't help that you are ramming me, Mr. Hog. He fell over his own feet.
The hog?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Okay, I don't know what is going on here, but I can't build belts.
Do you think?
I don't think so. I mean, I can do everything else. Could it only affect building boats and building belts? Like I can build single item.
Unlikely. Wait, what?
Let's try going this way. Steel. I need to wait for 100 steel.
For 100 steel pipes?
Beam.
Beam. Okay.
It's going to take some time. Do we need to use some of our power to make more steel now? Is there any?
I don't think so.
What I was talking about for coal. Is there something we can be prepping for next phase?
Ooh. I don't think so. I think first power, and then we think about prepping next phase.
I'm just thinking whether or not, like, things like, if we were to set these factories up different, so that things like we've got a separate factory for Satisfactory and things like that now, eventually smart plate isn't going to be needed. Is there a way that we can have resources that are sent to where it needs to go, as opposed to keep putting in all these phases that are building, like, that are making these things multiple times? Can we save time by building a factory that sends a resource to where it's needed at that time, and then when it's not needed and it backs up, it can just be stockpiling in buffers, for instance? So, for instance, like, take the smart plate factory. If the smart plate factory gets backed up, it'll only back up as far as its buffer that it's got in place now, right? Which is like the contents of the building.
No. There are three storages there.
That's only for the ores that are going in at the start.
No. I think you put them in, actually. There are 3 storage containers right at the output of the smart plating. That's the yes. I'm talking about when smart plating itself backs up, as in that smart plate that goes into. Iron Lord, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? What are you playing? Let me give you a shout out real quick. We are doing well. We are playing Satisfactory, the new 1.2 experimental update, on the hardest settings, or what we think are the hardest settings that you can possibly make it. You're playing Satisfactory as well? Yeah. And figured you'd share some love with another person? Oh, thank you so much. That's awesome. So yeah, for everyone who just came in, I'm Exterminator. I play mostly factory games and colony sims. Right now I'm probably exclusively playing Satisfactory, and most of the time together with Offscreen Phantom, who is in voice chat right now as well.
Hola.
There you go. So if you don't know Offscreen Phantom, definitely check him out as well. He's a great streamer. And yeah, on Sundays we do a collab, which, well, at this point it's starting to almost be a daily collab, I feel.
This map is taking over.
This map is taking a lot of our time. We are trying to beat the game with 100 times the space elevated parts required, 2 times the recipe cost for each recipe. So you need 2 times the amount of resources for each recipe, which scales exponentially, by the way, and then 5 times the power cost as normal. Yeah. This is taking quite some time, I'd say.
It's presenting quite many issues.
Quite a challenge.
Issues.
Quite a challenge, but we love it. We find that it gives a lot of depth to the game. That gives us more reason to figure out new and creative solutions. So, if you like that, you're in the right place. So what were you were playing Satisfactory as well, right, Iron Lord? Where are you at? What are you doing? Are you also playing experimental, or are you playing the normal 1.1 update? You thought about 100 times space elevator, less cost and power, but aiming to hit 200 pasta per minute, and also playing as experimental. Okay. 200 nuclear pasta per minute is quite a lot. Definitely quite a lot. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention, which makes this probably even more insane than I already let it sound. We are also... Yes. We are doing this on all impure nodes and randomized.
All impure is absolutely insane. Because some of our power issues would actually be solved by a miner being able to pull more resources from the ground.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we have a lot of...
I mean, does your calculator, like, can you easily work out the difference? Or have you still got that page up from earlier on coal?
I can't easily... No, I don't think so. You're random as well, all pure because you're not a masochist. Oh, sorry, that's not what's written there. All pure because there aren't enough resources to hit 100 pasta without... Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Are we sure there's not another route that you can take to make pasta where that's possible? I.e. using converters and SAM to make more copper, to make the powder, to make the... Because that copper's the big one, right?
Copper's a big one for nuclear pasta, right?
Because of how much you need. I mean, it'd be a bit much, wouldn't it? To I've gone past that coal node. It's a little bit much to start using all of your SAM to convert all your copper just to try and hit more pasta. But
I mean, it's possible, but at that point. Oh right. This isn't. Yeah, we are. I forgot to mention this. So we figured that you can get down underneath the ocean. We figured it out. And so we thought, hey, there's a lot of space here. Let's just build all our coal power down at the bottom of the ocean. So yes, we are underneath the map. We just figured this out last stream. Come on.
Well, we actually did it by shooting each other with rebarb guns.
Yeah. I mean, at this point we are using... Why is this not... Come on. Oh, it needs to go more to the right. We now have a hypertube to get down here. But the first time was when Phantom decided it would be funny to shoot me with a rebarb gun. And I flew up the platform all the way to the bottom of the ocean.
That's not entirely true now, is it? I accidentally shot you in the head when I went to jump on.
He misfired the first time. The second time, though...
Sorry, the second time was absolutely on purpose. 100%. You can. Trains don't collide with the terrain when you nudge train rails underneath the track, underneath the map.
We did. True. Yeah, we didn't think about that yet, but we were talking about how we might be using trains.
It was an idea I was going to present later, but essentially you can make. Imagine the long lines we have going across Europe. You know, there's huge tunnels that take that, or even the Channel Tunnel. You can actually force a train through terrain into the underside of the map and then build a tunnel for it to run on. And yeah, that was the idea I was.
I didn't think about that yet. Let's say, put it that way. That's a cool idea, though.
It is.
No, you're right. You're right. Don't worry.
No,
Yeah. We love it when people give hints, give new ideas. That is definitely not taking away creativity. That is just helping us see new possibilities. At least that's how I see it. So totally fine.
Thank you for the follow, Iron Lord. Really appreciate it. Not only that, you also hit my follow goal. Thank you very much.
Cool. Congrats.
So I have 4 miners here now, but no iron, no steel to put the belts in. So we're gonna have to come back to this one. I think I've got 3 from the north and 4 from the east, so that's 7 for you.
Okay, nice.
This one is going into the floor, though. Where does it want to go? So if we...
There we go. So, just as a recap, because... one thing you cannot do while underwater is jump, because then this happens. That was totally just to show off what happens when you jump, and not because I forgot again. I've done this way too many times.
Yeah, totally.
But from here you also have a good view. Those are all our water generators. This, if I put the last water generators in, this is enough for our 4 impure coal nodes. Yeah, and then you slowly go up to the surface. Yeah, not a big deal. And then I need to hop my way back along this to get back to our hypertube. Or if you're both working down there, you just shout, shoot me, shoot me, shoot me, and you get shot by a rebar gun and fall back down. That also works.
It does.
Yes. I mean, at the start we were using the parachute, did not know how to cancel it. And I think Ayla came in and said, like, you can just press C to cancel it. We were so excited. Okay. So yeah, while not jumping, I could show you. Everything that's in here right now is only for 4 coal nodes. Yeah, I think we did. I think we also have, like, I think I'm at 300 hours on this game on Steam right now. Which is crazy. Gone by really quickly. So yeah, all of these are overclocked. And these 4 are for one belt. These 4 are for the next belt, and so on. So the plan is to put down at least... Well, I was thinking of putting at least 30 modules down, so 120 generators. Yeah, the good old times, you know, when we still didn't know anything.
I still don't know anything.
I mean...
Ooh. Ooh. A slug and a hog.
I actually was going to argue with you on that one until I remembered, like, the discussions we had earlier. It's like, nope. I'll let it stand.
Yeah, and so you should.
You have 1k hours according to Steam. I mean, 1k hours is just a lot. There are only a handful of games that have 1k hours in, or something even close. So. Do I have all the generators in? I do, so I can hook up coal and start running them. You have 50k on... But 50k of actual playtime or 50k of
And that's Diablo 2. I mean, that's entirely probably playtime, right?
Yeah, I would assume too. So in Diablo 2 as well.
I don't even know if I've got a way of even working out how much time in.
Oh God! Wow. Have you ever
Diablo
played
1 and Diablo 2?
Have you ever played Path of Exile then? I haven't. I've played Diablo a few times, I think. Not much. And never an actual playthrough, mostly just a friend that has it. But I do think it's quite similar to Path of Exile. Yeah. I've been... Well, it's been a while, but I've played Path of Exile 2 when it came out. That's also a great game.
There's a ladder here. Is there a cave?
Path of Exile is based on Diablo. Yeah, makes sense. The thing with Path of Exile is, though, you got so many... like, your tech tree is so elaborate. Which I think that's the thing that most of the people really like about that game. So, I'm not different in that regard. You really need a PhD to play Path of Exile, yeah. You do.
I've lost the...
The
belt's gone.
Belt's gone?
Yeah. How many more whole lines have you got capacity for?
Right now, I'm still working on the 4th one.
I haven't played Path of Exile in a long time.
Well, I think I played the original Path of Exile once, maybe a little bit, but never much. Like, I like the game. I think it's a really fun game, but there are other games that are more like more the genre that I really like. For example, things like Satisfactory, Factorio, Dyson Sphere Program, all the automation kind of games. Yes, we are aware of that. The thing is, with under the water, I'm not sure what it is, but it seems like there is some kind of offset. I tried to get it to snap, I couldn't get it to work immediately. So we just went for like 2 elevators there, which, I mean, it works perfectly fine.
The difficulty is getting to a point where you can see or reach the lift hole to be able to get both the lifts connected. You've got to be able to see the conveyor lift to reach it with the lift.
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem we were having.
Yeah, that's the first thing I tried to when we were trying to connect the coal to down here. Okay, so that should be water sorted for these two, coal sorted as well, and then we need to overclock them. Oh, you can to disable the fog?
Yes. You can disable the fog, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Does that is it the fog that limits the distance you can see though when you've got construction on?
I think you can just turn it off in settings, right? Oh, it's actually, by the way, I forgot. Let's do this first. I think
Is that what stops you?
I'll do it next time.
From the from reaching is that the visibility that stops you from reaching between the two floor holes? I don't like the look of the game with the fog turned off, to be fair, but you know, it's.
I'm not sure if it's like visibility or distance.
I thought it was distance.
I think it's like, yeah, but being able to see definitely will definitely help. It is so hard to see whether or not we're doing better in power or not. We're not hitting the batteries anymore, so that's something. Or the biofuel.
It's one of the problems with geothermal, isn't it? It's like almost ideally we would like geothermal on its own grid so we can turn it off.
And just check. Well, yeah, but then we need a lot of more excess power to actually be able to do that. Okay, I got power shards in everywhere. I don't have enough coal coming in, by the way.
You've probably not got shards in all of the mines.
Maybe. Or there is some Mark 1 belt still somewhere. So that's the next thing I'm gonna check. I'll do these last water pumps first, though. I mean, we just calculated how much power, well, how much power we can produce. I'll say it like that.
That's a very good point.
Based on coal.
I was just going to say, literally, the other option would have been to build like an infinite number of batteries, like literally batteries everywhere.
That's something I thought about earlier as well, and I would like to do that. Just spam the entire. Oh, come on! Do you have copper sheets on you? Like 50? 30?
Probably, but I can't get them into inventory until I place this building, and then get out to the building to place it. I was tracking where I needed to go with it.
Okay, if you have a moment a little bit later. Right, we can store them. We have a whole world under the world. You gotta go get your mess at Walmart. Yeah, no worries. Thank you again for raiding. If you'll be back later, then that's awesome. We'd love to have you back. And otherwise, I will see you next time. Let me also drop a follow for you so that I can catch you next time you're live. There we go. Yeah,
we are stopping by. Look.
We are not gonna be getting 5 million megawatts here. With the coal power, if we were to use all the coal, we're probably going to get to 20k or something, and we still need coal for steel. So I'd love to use 30 coal nodes, which would at least give us 10k, like 10,000 megawatts.
You've already had my copper sheet.
Okay, I have some more.
Might have some in my truck though. 1 second. I think that is just over here.
I have some in my truck.
In fact, you're closer to my truck than I am.
There you go. And let me also upload some for you.
I don't need cheat.
I mean, if you need some. The most dangerous part about this is when you come down, that is when you often forget, like, hey, I can't jump here. And you start like, and you almost start jumping. Also, I should probably change my settings at some point to be toggle to run. My pinky is starting to hurt.
Just nudge that out. The first 4 are nearly here.
The next 4, you mean?
The first 4 of the 7.
The first 4 of the next 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
First 4 of the next 7 are nearly here. Except now they won't build again. Hate when it stops letting me build.
I'm almost done with the first 4 coal veins, or at least processing them. And you're already coming back with the next ones.
Yes, I am. It's 3/4 of the way there. I'm literally just getting to the canyons now to bring them through.
I am probably going to call it after I put this in, though.
That's okay. I can keep gathering coal. I'm gonna have to go find more coal in the map.
Well, yeah, but that or the versatile frames, right? If you have some more power.
What about versatile frames? Sorry, I'm a bit lost.
Like our phase 2 factory. If you want to turn up the efficiency there. It's running, but we don't, like, not nearly at capacity, right?
The only limitation is
resource inputs.
Right. Yeah, resources. So I already split off the overflow, so it's overflowing out of that first chain into the other foundries. So there's a little bit more steel being produced over there. I think it'll be close to running at maximum, but not quite, because there is still coal and iron missing from the...
I'd be really surprised if it were running at maximum already.
Oh no, it's not. It needs more steel. But I'm saying close to. Like it's got that one foundry that's running completely all the time, or should be. And then the overflow of that, because its storage was backing up, is filling up into the second foundry. We've got at least one foundry off.
Is it running at I mean, I think it's not even running at 50%. Just based on the speed that it's filling up, or that I can see it filling up.
Maybe. I mean, it's not been running too long, has it? It's still creating a lot more than automation wire, and automation wire is meant to be doing close to 10. And
yeah,
that should have it. It needs to run at 10, more or less.
Yeah, so I think we're missing resources there, and maybe a few sloops.
We're missing Caterium. There's not enough Caterium on automation.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, that would be another thing that you could do now that we have a little bit more power.
You definitely have got problems with belts. You've got the top one and the bottom one that is somewhere must have Mark 1s because they're the only two that are slowing down.
Yeah, thought so.
Is it the lifts? It doesn't seem to be the belts.
It could be lifts, but probably not the lifts going under. It would just... Well, could be. It would surprise me if it's the lifts going underneath. Ah! Stuck! See. Okay, so that should be all for our first 4 belts of coal.
It's not above the water.
What is not above the water?
It's not up here that's the problem. There's no problem up here all the way down to where the hypertube comes under.
Okay.
Why is there 3 tractors sat on the coastline?
Because getting the tractor back from here is annoying.
I assume this one is... This one facing that way is probably mine, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Mark 3. That's all Mark 3. The elevators here are all Mark 3. So you're sure there's no problem up top, right?
I can see it slowing down even at the lifts up here.
Hmm.
I'm literally looking at it now, and those 2 belts are slowing down. Top one and bottom one. I mean, I can go underneath and try and find the problem down here too.
Yeah, I'm looking down here. You're welcome to look as well. So the top one doesn't seem to be having an issue for now. It's slowing down because it's not consuming everything. It does not have enough water. This one? Do you have enough water?
I assume the top one's the same because the top one's coming all the way in. Well, the top one you're looking at the moment, right?
Yeah, the top one, I'm looking at the generator for the top one and that seems to be okay.
And the bottom one... Which one does that go to?
The bottom one goes all the way to the back. This one is
I meant
not...
to feed 4, right?
Hmm?
It's meant to feed 4.
Yes.
You sure that's not with any overhang? Because these generators are all running at 4. At full, 100%.
Yeah, like the bottom belt... The bottom belt should be going to the back one.
No, the bottom belt's going to the back set, but the closest 4...
Oh, the closest 4, yes. Yes, true. And those are all running correctly.
All on and on at 100%,
yeah. But it's the back ones that have an issue then.
But that's the top belt, and they're not receiving enough because that top belt's being stolen from by steel.
Oh, okay. No. Oh. So, for everyone who was wondering how this plant, what this plant looks like from above, there you go. That is a nice look. That's a nice view of how it looks. We've got our coal generators there. We got our water generators there, or water extractors. Nice modules, like two coal generators, and each of them has then 12 water extractors. So yeah, that's how it looks from. That's how it looks if you swim in the water up. I just wanted to show that to you all.
You literally went out of view just as I got reloaded into the gun and found you in the water.
Oh, yeah, but I just want to show everyone what it looks like. There was definitely not just a ladder next at the side of the coal generator that I accidentally climbed up.
So this one.
Oh my god. Okay, those are getting stolen from from the steel generation. So that's fine. That's fine. We just need more coal then to go into steel. And then I built that thing. We have 16 in now, so 104 more generators to go. Is that really what we're doing? Yeah, I guess it is.
Is that all?
I mean, no, but that is the minimum requirement.
I need another hypertube. I don't want to run all the way back down there.
I mean, yeah, but can't you branch the hypertube? Because we still want the same entrance. We just wanted to go further.
I mean, I can run it all the way down here.
Yeah.
That'll be a fair shout. But you don't really want to come out just there, do you? You want to come out down here.
Well, at some point it's going to be completely filled up, so... I mean, I don't really want to come out all the way at the back.
The branches take power?
I don't think so. I mean, put one in and see if it has a power connection. If it doesn't have a power connection, I assume it doesn't. Cool. How are we doing on steel beams though? Are we finally backing up? No.
I emptied it about 10 minutes, 20 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. I was like, are we still do we still not have a backup of steel beams? But no, we do. It's just we're using so many steel beams. It's insane.
I think I'm only going to bring it to here.
Okay. So next, one thing I want to check, by the way, is how far we can build the water extractors. Because I get a feeling at some point we're going to be underneath the map and not in the actual ocean, and it's not going to allow me to build any more water extractors.
Construction, the entrance.
Okay, so for as far as I can see, I can build water extractors even further than the foundations that we have in place now. So that's a lot of space we have left.
How do I tell it which way I want to go? How do I tell it I want to go out the junction?
I think you just hold... I think you just hold left. Oh.
No. Oh, it says press it. It said it. It said it on the screen. Press E.
Oh, press E.
Cycle.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you want to go for that, I can remove the walls and then make just to up the stakes a bit. Did you already go down?
Could. No, I'm up the top. I don't need to go down.
Okay. Yeah, but I do want to test it out.
The wall if you want to.
No, I'm coming up as well, so I'd rather not.
Did you take the steel beam out, or am I running more belts?
Huh. I did not take the steel out, because I think we need steel. Oh! It worked. Where am I gonna come out? Okay, here. Nice.
And that entrance is off right now.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Cool.
That is all sorted.
Okay, I'm gonna put a few more foundations in, and at 10 o'clock I'm going to call it.
No worries at all. Do I have enough to bring this in line with this one?
I don't have any more concrete.
1 second, I can get some uploaded for you.
Yeah, but I need so much concrete that I better run up to the truck and get some more.
Oh, it's not going to snap too, is it either?
Maybe. Okay, there we go. It does do something really strange when I'm going up, but okay. At the junction. Not sure what.
Yeah, getting belts through here might become a little bit difficult.
Through that one canyon, you're... Okay, I'm completely out of concrete though. I've used all the concrete that I brought in the trucks. Oh, God. Oh. Sorry, I'm getting tired. Apparently. Okay, so... Also, the way I did my my conveyor lifts up here is it... I think it looks clean. As long as you're okay with it as well. But I think they look good. And there is space for 1, 2, 3, 4, 16 more belts. So actually, 15 more belts. That's 20 in total. I mean, we could start with 20. That's already a crazy amount. I want to think about that. Now, I don't think there is ever a way where I put in 2 coal power plants and the first 2 water extractors into your blueprint, is there?
You can't get water extractors into a blueprint.
Maybe if it's underwater.
I think I tried doing that, submerging the blueprint maker in water.
Missing concrete to make the blueprint maker as well. I think you tried that. Yeah, I think you tried that as well at some point. I think you just couldn't get the blueprint maker in.
No, I got the blueprint maker into water. I just couldn't get the blueprint maker to allow me to. I think actually when you put the, if I remember rightly, when you
building is not allowed.
It's not allowed in the blueprint at all.
Yeah, I think you said that at some point. Let me try it though. Maybe they updated it. Hologram cannot be placed in the blueprint designer.
Yeah, that's what it says. Can't be built in a designer at all.
Yeah. Well, it's annoying.
Can be put into a blueprint maker though is the like structure to put something for it to snap to. You can have a structure for it to snap to in a blueprint maker.
Okay, yeah. Come on.
And we're gonna have to go higher with belts. Come on.
Okay. That fits. I'm really putting them closer and closer together.
Do you happen to have another 100 iron? Sorry, steel beam.
Let me check. Exactly 100.
Awesome. Get this piece put in at least then. And we are one step closer.
Come on, let me through.
We still have some steel being made at base as well, don't we? Or has that all been turned off now?
I mean, we do. I got a feeling we're not even going to have 2 stacks.
I mean, it's not making very much.
Maybe 3. Maybe 3 stacks.
Right. I think it's making 1 a minute. Seriously? This whole not being able to build is a horrible bug. I really don't like it.
I think that's the same issue that I had earlier as well.
Again. Blueprint test. That's in. And you've got more concrete uploading.
Nice. Okay, then I can probably use a little bit more of that.
Okay.
Okay, these ones I apparently gave a little bit more room.
I think this is empty. There's no point in this coal just sitting here, so I'm going to run it into some storages.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3. If I put in 2 more coal generators, we have well, the blueprint in place, I'd say, for the next 2 coal lines.
So are we going to continue with this ramp bringing the coal down, or are we going to lift the coal down?
Both is fine. I would, if you want to lift the coal down, I prefer to come down where the steel's at or something like that, and the lifts down into the water that they can, just that the lifts that go down into the water can stay the way they are.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. I think these look good the way they are. I like them. So I would like to keep them. All the rest above water. I mean, let's put it the other way. I will be Neptune, you can be Zeus. Starting to get to a point where I really need to be careful. Because if I misstep, I might fall off into the void.
And then we will change this.
Up, I jumped.
Yeah, the urge not to jump, the urge to jump is significant.
So again, because I know that it has been more than 5 minutes since I've shown this, I think this is a beautiful slide, so I should show it at least every 10 seconds. There you go.
Because you need to do something about these boulders.
No, I do think I was finished there, though. Yeah, that was all connected. And I did say I was going to stop at 9, so... These lifts do look a bit strange when they're not in sync. That's fine. Oh! I see a new ramp. Is that a tractor ramp?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. So...
Or a tractor bridge.
More copper sheets, more of this, and then next time I can continue building more generators and stuff like that. Is there anything else I want to do before I leave you?
I'll just give you a whole bridge through here to drive up.
I mean, sure. I mean, once I figured out a way to go, then, well, to drive, then we're also fine. But, thinking, is there anything else I want to do? Oh god. And just when you are about to stop, ads hit. Like, there should be a better indicator for me when ads are actually going to, like they're actually going to be ads. So at times like these I can at least snooze them. Let me wait out the ads. And then look for someone to raid.
I'm looking for more coal.
Yeah, you can look for some more coal. I did put in 8 more coal generators and their first water extractor. So if you want to continue on those, you can also do that. Like bring the coal, 2 more bells, hook them up. If I look at our coal power right now, we are not hitting the cap anymore. But we are having like a jagged production line, and that is probably because our coal that's supposed to go to generators is still being used by the steel beams. So once that is solved, we should have a stable, well, oscillating power supply again. Oscillating, of course, because of the geysers. But I would really love to get our power production back above max consumption. It is probably never going to happen, because that is still 7 megawatts. So basically we need all the coal that I was talking about earlier to go in, and I feel like that's just going to take a little bit longer, you know? So...
You said all of the coal from here is going to power, right? So these truck stations aren't necessarily going to be used.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, take that coal vein as well. Yeah. Everything should go to power first. Yeah.
Try and shorten these routes to make it at least viable with coal.
You mean the tractor?
Up. Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
I think with a bridge here and a bridge over the water, that should more or less solve our problem with the tracks. And it should be possible to go back and forth with coal.
I don't think... Yeah. I think we're not going to do that, right? But, yeah.
But we're still going to need the iron ore, aren't we? Still got the other resources, the limestone and everything else, so...
That we probably want, yes, but... Yeah, I'm not sure.
Over here for...
I'm not thinking further ahead than power right at this moment. One thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the my 2 tractors that are there. I'm gonna use them as storage. I'm going to put in all the resources that I think might be useful. So if you need some, well, look in the left tractor, because the other tractor is full of junk. There you go. So, and if you do not use those resources, I'll have them for next time.
Yeah, they'll probably still be there, to be fair.
Yeah. Whatever you want to do.
No,
so yeah,
I'll probably be getting off soon, to be fair.
Yeah, it's getting late for me as well. So
I have work tomorrow, so.
Yes, me too. I've got a meeting at 9 in the morning for a change, so I'm forced to actually start at a decent time. And well, most of the time I actually don't start at a decent time. I just start whenever I like, and I end way too late. Today though, I started at a decent time, so I was like, hey, I can stream a little bit earlier if I want to. So did just that. That's also really nice to be able to do. Anyway,
works.
Anyway, I am going to call it. Going to raid Redneck for once, because I don't think maybe I've raided him once before. I've been following him for a while. He's playing Oxygen Not Included, doing some stuff with jetpacks. So go and hop over there, say hi for me. Thank you all for watching. Thank everyone for being here. It was another great stream. Thanks to Iron Lord for the raid. I'll be on hopefully somewhere this next week again, if I can find time. And otherwise probably next Sunday.
Alright, no worries at all. Have a good one. Take it easy.
Thanks for another collab. Was a great stream again. Yeah, I'll see you all next time. Cheers. Bye.
Take it easy. Bye. So we're gonna stick